Great. Welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 3, Education, for the additional round of the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023 to 2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today, or anyone who may be watching on the webcast. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Whan and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of skills, TAFE and tertiary education. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Witnesses who did not appear before this committee at the earlier budget estimates hearings or who appeared in a different capacity will need to be sworn. Ms Shora and Ms Coots, you will need to be sworn prior to providing evidence before the committee. As I call your name, could you please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation? I'll go first to Ms Shora.
Good morning. Janet Scorer, the Acting Managing Director, TAFE New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, and apologies for mispronouncing your name. I should know it by now. And Ms Coots.
Hi, good morning. Louise Coots, the Chief Financial Officer of TAFE New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'd also like to remind all other witnesses present that you don't need to be sworn, as you've been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session only, which runs from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, but 15 minutes will be allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So we will now commence with questions from the opposition. Ms Merton.
Thank you. Good morning, thank you, welcome, thank you. Minister, you're aware of the announcement by your colleague, Minister Ryan Park, of the location of the new Bankstown Hospital announced back in December. Minister, no one believes more in the new Bankstown Hospital than the New South Wales Coalition. We were the ones that put the $1.3 billion on the table for it. Minister, the government has walked away from the commitment of the former government to build the hospital across the road from the existing site of the college, which I note is in close proximity to Bankstown TAFE. Obviously, this will have a massive and detrimental impact on Bankstown TAFE. Minister, what would be the consequences for teachers, staff, together with current and future students, of the announced temporary relocation of Bankstown TAFE?
Thanks. And yes, it's a big project, and I think it's one which is going to provide some really significant long-term benefits for TAFE, with a new building and the opportunity to link many of our courses and programs, particularly in that health area, with the new hospital. So I think in the long term, it's a terrific initiative, a terrific facility, and we will get a brand new TAFE facility out of it, something which can provide all the services plus boost those health-related services for the Bankstown area. Obviously, while the project is under construction, there's going to be disruption to the existing TAFE facility, but we're working through, and it is early planning stages at the moment, but we are working through alternative accommodation for the TAFE courses in the local area, in the vicinity of the current TAFE, so that students don't have to travel too far, and ideally that they should all be able to access courses within the Bankstown CBD area. It's very early days in that process though, but one of the key agreements that we have as part of this process is to enable students to continue to access courses, teachers to deliver those courses with the least disruption possible, obviously recognising that in anything like this there's going to be some disruption along the way. TAFE could probably add to that if you wanted more information on that.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to examine this afternoon on that. Thank you very much. Minister, I note that at the last estimates it was confirmed that there are 4,700 enrolments at the Bankstown TAFE. I also note the last estimates it was reported that there were 450 students enrolled at the Bankstown Senior College, that being the site identified by the former government for the new hospital. Do you agree with these enrolment figures?
I'd need to get current enrolment figures confirmed. Obviously, we're in a new semester, new year, so the current enrolment figures at Bankstown TAFE, perhaps the TAFE could confirm those.
Yes, so the approximately 4,700 enrolments at Bankstown TAFE is still correct. I couldn't speak for the school campus though.
So just given the choice of the site as announced by your minister, your government, we're looking at relocating 4,700 students as opposed to the site identified by the former government. It would be relevant to 450 students.
Obviously, the choice of site is one that Health has gone through a process of selecting the site that they feel is most appropriate for the new hospital. So those questions would be better directed at the Minister for Health.
But Minister, were you consulted at all? You're the Minister responsible for TAFE. Clearly there's going to be a lot of disruption to that TAFE campus. Were you part of those discussions or conversations?
A number of the discussions had happened before I became the Minister, and after becoming the Minister, obviously, I was consulted about the relocation and the commitments that have been made to ensuring that there is as little disruption as possible. But I have to say the response from TAFE is a very enthusiastic response for the future facility and having a brand new facility, and one which can really work in closely and link very closely with the health campus that's going to be on the site.
What's the proposed cost of the new facility?
Of the overall health facility?
You're going to have to relocate the TAFE. Actually, let's go back a step. Where are you going to move the TAFE campus to?
Well, those decisions have yet to be made. I'll ask TAFE to talk some more about the planning process, but we are still at early days of the planning process.
We might,
Ms.
with
Scora
respect,
could,
Ms. Scora, we might come back. We've got all afternoon with the
Bill, I
issues,
think
I'd like
in
to
the
know
context
what
of
you
for
know.
people listening and watching, I suspect that answering the rest of that question would be useful.
But
if
with
you want to keep
respect,
going.
Minister, this is our session with you.
Mhm.
I'd like to know what you foresee as being potential sites for the new TAFE. What's your role in that, and what have you identified as Minister where the TAFE could be relocated?
As I said, we're in fairly early planning stages of the process. So the departments that are involved, so Health and also TAFE, have been looking at accommodation and working out the capacity for accommodation within the Bankstown CBD. The final decisions on those haven't been made yet.
And do you have any idea in terms of cost of a new TAFE facility there at Bankstown?
As I said, planning is still early days. So no, there is from Health, I'm sure, an overall cost of the project, which you'd need to talk to them about. From our perspective, we're still early days of planning for the new TAFE, which will go on the site.
So who's going to pay for the new TAFE? Is it Health or is it your agency? Who's going to front up for the construction cost?
Well, it'll be a new policy proposal that's taken to the
Right, but you can't tell me if it'll be 10 million or 100 million or 300 million. You've got no scope in terms of
I'd be
funding.
very surprised if it was 10 million.
So would I, Minister. But I guess my point is, as a government, you've made a major decision to move.
Well,
my
the-
colleagues
the-
said,
the
TAFE
overall
campus for
project-
thousands of students,
Yeah.
but you don't know where it will move to, and you don't know how much it's going to cost.
We do know it will be in. We are looking at the accommodation in the Bankstown CBD. It's very hard to go out and sign contracts for accommodation in the CBD before you've actually announced the project. So we're in the planning stages of the project. We're having close discussions with Health. They are running the overall project and the budget. So they're the questions. They're questions for the Health Minister.
Thank you. Minister, the relocation of the new Bankstown Hospital will also involve significant infrastructure costs. I mean, just, talking to the community in terms of widening roads, in terms of access. What do we know about what these costs are likely to be?
The Department of Health, the Health Capital Projects will be managing the overall project. So, as I said, early days in planning, particularly for TAFE, but the Health Department will be managing the overall project. I expect that they've made a very careful assessment of the alternative sites, and they believe that this site that's been selected on the TAFE, the existing TAFE campus site, is the best location for a number of reasons.
So, sorry, you expect that, Minister, but you weren't told by Health that this is the best site? You didn't have those discussions
I am
with
told.
your
I have
colleagues?
been told that it is the best site.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
So, Minister, just to confirm, we don't know the infrastructure costs. We don't know who's
No,
paying for them.
I
We
think
don't know who's paying for them.
I think those are questions that the Minister for Health needs to answer.
But I'm just saying that we don't know them. We don't know who's paying for them. Can you rule out today that the infrastructure costs, the relocation costs, will not be taken from the $1.3 billion allocated for the new hospital?
You need to ask the Minister for Health the questions about a health construction project.
But this is the TAFE component, and you're the Minister responsible for TAFE. So how do you not know who's going to be paying for the new facility? That doesn't make any sense.
There'll be a policy proposal that's brought to Cabinet for the overall cost of the project.
Separate from the hospital is what you're saying, or not?
No, it's part of the overall project.
So from that budget allocation of the 1.3, or in addition to that?
You need to ask the Minister for Health
But I'm
the
asking you,
questions
it's the
about
TAFE
the
component,
project.
with respect, Minister. Like, I'm not asking about the hospital, I'm asking about the TAFE.
The new TAFE project is a part of the overall project for the site, and the Department of Health is managing that project. We will obviously be involved in the design and the requirements for what's within the TAFE, and I could certainly ask TAFE to talk some more about the requirements for what we expect to see in that TAFE facility. And perhaps Ms Scora would like to add to
We can do
that.
that this afternoon. This is our chance to
Okay,
know
I've
what
offered the
your-
opportunity
No,
to
and
answer that question.
Minister, I appreciate that, but we have the afternoon with your officials and only the morning with you. I guess what we're trying to understand is, while I appreciate what you're saying in terms of the hospital being a health-led project, that's fine, but surely the TAFE being moved, where it's going to, who's paying for it, surely as Minister for TAFE you have some oversight and responsibility for that project.
I will have absolute oversight and responsibility for what is delivered within the TAFE on the site. We're at early days of planning, so I don't have costings yet.
Minister, just in terms of engaging with the local community, with students, with the mums and dads, future students, they're up in the air. They've heard nothing. The Minister today can't answer the questions. What happens to the future students of the Southwest?
Well, we will be catering for all the students and all the courses that we currently have at the Bankstown TAFE, and we will be finding alternative accommodation for those. There'll be a consultation and information process that goes through. We're still some way away from that happening, but perhaps Ms Scora could add to that.
Yes, so we're very mindful that the campus at Bankstown, with the 4,700 students, we've got about 181 teaching staff and 122 non-teaching staff on that campus. We're very mindful that the campus being in the centre of Bankstown has proximity for the community and access, as well as for the kinds of learners that we have in the area who need proximity to the centre of Bankstown. So when
And I guess that question about the proximity to the centre of Bankstown is why people are asking, what's the relocation plan? Where am I going to be studying for the next 5 years, or whatever the anticipated temporary closure or relocation is of Bankstown TAFE?
Yes, that's
They're
right.
in the dark. They know nothing.
Well, because the time frame for the build is still being worked through, as the Minister has outlined, we've had some early consultation with the community, but until we have a firm timeline for when things might start to happen, we can't give that assurance. But certainly what we're looking for is a temporary location in the Bankstown CBD that will be able to accommodate our learners and enable them to continue their studies with minimal disruption that we can manage for them.
Minister, I just make reference to a question on notice that was put by my colleague, the Honourable Tanya Mihalik here, and it was concerning consultation between the Department of Health and the Department of Skills, TAFE and Tertiary Education on the issues of Bankstown Hospital and its impact on Bankstown TAFE. Now, the response came back and it stated that following the 2023 budget, senior staff at both departments were in discussions to query the nature of the hospital budget announcement to ensure coordination relevant to the TAFE. Now, this confirms discussions have been in place here at a senior government level between two departments following the 2023 budget. I think that was September. And we sit here today and we can't find out anything further on this.
Well, what I can tell you is, of course, discussions are taking place because we are in the early days of planning.
Yeah.
We have tested the market to make sure there is space available in Bankstown for a relocation, but we haven't made final decisions on where that might be yet because we are still waiting for timeframes and a range of other information about this. But the reason we've had the early discussions is to ensure that we can, as far as possible, ensure that we are locating all courses into appropriate facilities within the CBD.
And Minister, you were a part of those discussions that have
my-
been confirmed
my-
in terms of the departments talking,
the
senior
departments-
officials talking. Were you a part of those discussions?
I have been informed about the discussions. The discussions have been happening at departmental level at the moment.
Minister, have you been given any indication in terms of time frame from health?
I haven't been given a firm time frame at this stage, and I am waiting to see when we might have to actually undertake the relocation. So we're still in discussions about that. I'll ask TAFE if they can add to the time frame.
No, we're not aware of any fixed time frame at this stage.
And then in terms of community consultation, just picking up, Ms. Score, on something that you said before, that you started to speak to the community, how has that been occurring and what sort of discussions are you having, given that you don't know yet how long it will take, where you're moving to? It's what is there to consult on without that kind of key information from health?
Well, really, thank you for the question. The first pass in the conversation was really when the announcement was made that we spoke to the community, and particularly had a conversation with our learners and others who were involved at a local community level ourselves, to be able to speak to the announcement and give assurance that we knew what impact this would have for our learners. We would make plans for them, but until we have firmer timeframes and details, we can't consult on anything further.
Was there any consultation at all, Minister, prior to the announcement?
We weren't able to make any, undertake any public consultation, obviously, prior to the announcement and prior to the decision being taken formally. So what we've done so far, as Ms. Scora said, is that we have essentially let people know what's going on, but given assurances about the delivery of courses in the area.
But you can appreciate then why the community were quite blindsided when you didn't have a chance, in your words, to publicly consult beforehand.
I don't
to then
think
be
that that's
told
unusual for a government
afterwards.
decision on a significant project to be announced and then to undertake consultation. It's not an unusual process in my experience of 20 odd years.
Minister, if I could just take you to during the 2023 election campaign, not once did New South Wales Labor say they would be relocating Bankstown Hospital. Labor was silent on the issue. They said nothing and they did nothing.
You'd have to ask the Health Minister and who was then the Shadow Minister about commitments that were made on the Bankstown Hospital. I'm not aware of that.
But I'm just saying it was the absence. There was nothing. There was no policy to the community. There was no discussion. Then all of a sudden, here we have on the 11th of December, we get the big headline. Just to tell them that what's happening. That the site's been, that the government has,
Look,
has
Minister
elected the site.
As Minister responsible,
there's been no discussion,
as
no
Minister
disclosure, no
responsible for
transparency.
TAFE, I'm very excited about the prospect of getting a new TAFE facility there, and for the linkages that we're going to get with the Health Department and the hospital. I think it's a really exciting opportunity for TAFE and for the local community. So, as Minister responsible for TAFE, which is the only portion of this that I can comment on, I think it's a fantastic project. I'm very excited about it on behalf of the people of Bankstown and the TAFE learners and teachers.
It presents that the day that the announcement was made about the New South Wales government announcing the relocation site, and I think another big flashy web page announcement, the Minister for Health comes in with the same one. And on that same day, the Community Public Sector Union announced with a media release concerning the relocation, encouraging members to inform the community of the government's relocation plans for the Bankstown TAFE. Why was the union consulted on the relocation and the community not?
You need to ask the Health Minister about the process of a health project.
But Minister, you've confirmed that you were involved in discussions here with
I've told you
on this.
I've made it very clear to you that I think this is an exciting project for the people of Bankstown. It's very clear that when you're making a government announcement, and exactly the same under the previous government as well, major infrastructure announcements are not floated around in public and discussed before they're actually announced, because that doesn't work very well. You've got to wait for Cabinet's decisions, you've got to wait for the commitments to be made. So the process that's been undertaken here leaves us plenty of time to go through
Minister,
a process
if I could just
of
redirect,
informing.
the issue was the union were informed, the union were taking on the responsibility of go and let your members know, relocation site identified by the New South Wales government, the community nothing, in the dark.
I'm not surprised that the union...
secrecy, they're saying.
I'm not surprised that the unions involved are welcoming a new facility. I would too if I was in their situation.
But it's a new facility that you don't know how far away till it's built, you don't know where it will be, and you don't know how much it will cost the taxpayer.
We know exactly where it's going to be.
You've just said that you're still canvassing sites.
Relocation
we know
sites.
exactly where the new hospital and the new TAFE is
No.
going to be.
So
you
to the
just said-
4,700 students enrolled today
and
at
for
Bankstown
at the
TAFE,
temporary location.
you will be relocated as to where, don't know.
I don't think that's an unusual situation when you're going through a planning process.
A young person in the peak of their study, wanting to give their all to their training, all of a sudden, an announcement, I'm going to be relocated. Questions, what will the transport access be? What does this mean to us? What does it mean to future students?
I've made it very clear, and TAFE is making it very clear to learners that we are looking to relocate to an area which has the same access as the current Bankstown facility. We're going to get an excellent facility out of this in the long term. TAFE might wish to add on aspects of accessibility and the courses that we're delivering. We have a full range of courses. We expect to continue to deliver a full range of courses. I don't believe that any learner would be particularly concerned about being temporarily relocated to a facility as long as it has all the equipment that they require and all the teaching staff that they require. And let's face it, this is what this government is about. It's about putting people in the buildings to actually deliver the courses, getting more of our fantastic TAFE teachers in there to deliver for our students, and that's where we differ from the previous government.
Minister,
it's not just about
visited,
building buildings, it's about putting people in them.
Thanks. Have you actually visited the TAFE and spoken to any of the students since the announcement?
I have not visited the Bankstown
Right, so you've just
TAFE,
said that
no.
you're assuming that none of them will have an issue with moving, but you've not actually been there to talk to any of them?
I have not myself visited the Bankstown TAFE at this stage.
Minister, the Bankstown TAFE, is listed on one of the key TAFE facilities in New South Wales, if not the largest. It promotes itself as having state-of-the-art facilities and all the course offerings it has. Just in terms of the relocation, so all these key facilities will be relocated, cost unknown, where are they going, not sure. For how long will they be relocated? Maybe 5 years. Then after that 5 years, we reinstate the facility to the old campus. So what happens to? Are we going to totally dismantle the temporary TAFE after 5 years? What do we say to the taxpayer on this?
There is very few projects where you're actually undertaking a major build where you don't have some sort of disruption, and particularly when you're updating facilities. So, when you're in government, you closed 5 operating TAFEs. You sold a big range of locations for TAFE. I really think it's a bit hypocritical to hear from the opposition about dislocation of students. We will be building a new facility, a state-of-the-art facility, which will offer some fantastic opportunities for people to undertake their studies. It'll offer us the opportunity to really focus on some of those areas where we have the biggest workforce needs in health and health-related and human-related services. We will have the full range of facilities at the new TAFE, and most importantly, we'll have the staff there to deliver the courses for the students who are attending. We'll be able to, this will play a part in us rebuilding TAFE after 12 years of coalition neglect, which saw the number of apprentices and traineeships fall off dramatically. So I'm very excited about the project. Yes, there will be questions that we have to answer as we go forward in the planning process. I'm confident that we'll answer all those to the satisfaction of the people concerned.
Okay. Order. So it's now time for crossbench. I'll ask some questions and then I'll hand over to Ms Mahalik. Just for the benefit of members, the clock up the back is not working. We're using the clock on the table here. If at any point you'd like to know how much time, just flag it to me and I will turn it round to you.
Thank you.
Minister, if I could start by asking, what is Labor's plan at the moment for the new TAFE campus at Gosford?
It's a project which is still to be considered in the context of the 24-25 budget. It hasn't been considered by the government yet. I'm very well aware of the project itself and the potential for the project, but it's still at the stage of having, I believe the business case is complete, but I might ask Ms Scora to add to that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We're very excited about the opportunity at Gosford, but at the moment, as the Minister has indicated, we're in the midst of a budget and a cabinet process, so I can't comment any further on that.
Minister, have you got the business case already sitting on your desk?
Yes, the business. We're in the we've been through several stages of the process. So, my understanding is the business case is complete. We are in the process of preparation for submission for consideration in future budgets.
This is a project that was announced at the end of 2021 by the previous government. As a Central Coast resident myself, I know that the TAFE that we have in Gosford is over 50 years old. We are desperately crying out in that region for more educational facilities to upskill workers. Does the Labor government view the Gosford TAFE campus as a priority?
You are like our Central Coast MPs who've been fairly constantly talking to me about this since I took on this portfolio, and they are also telling me that this is a very important project. Obviously, we have a difficult budget situation that we inherited from the previous government. We are working our way through what can be afforded in this year's budget at the moment. So I recognise the desire from Central Coast communities to get this campus, and we have to go through the budget processes on it.
There does seem to be, and it's not unique to you, Minister, but there does seem to be a reluctance for Labor to tell us their plans because they're always waiting for the next budget. Will you be able to give the people of Central Coast certainty at the next budget if it's not put through, if it's not approved through that process? Will you, put us out of our misery and just tell us that it's not going to happen? Or will we be dragged through another sort of year or two of uncertainty of waiting for it to happen?
I would certainly expect to be able to give some certainty on the project. Obviously, I can't preempt budget consideration though.
Given that the Central Coast is one of the regions that is impacted by the ongoing transition away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy and other things, we have the power stations at Lake Macquarie, and there are a bunch of other industries that are sort of transitioning out in the area. We've had quite high unemployment for some time. Will you and the department be working with Labor's announced transition authorities, or I forget what they're calling them, but the very concept of having a plan for transitioning workers out of coal and into other industries? Is that something that you are involved in?
Yes. Some core components of this in the training space are obviously our manufacturing centres of excellence that we committed to the election, and one of those will be in the Hunter. I expect that will have a very strong component of renewables as part of its so electrotechnology and a range of other related courses that will be a part of that project. We're TAFE and the department are also working with the Minister for Energy on how funding that's available for the RESs might also be able to come into working through transition and skills development in particular areas. So the Hunter is one, but also the Central West and the other RES areas. The federal government has been considering a number of these things as well. So I am expecting that we'll be able to bring together a range of different parts of the transition to focus on training, reskilling, and attempting to deliver that workforce need. Obviously, we have some of the estimates for the workforce need in this area are quite substantial, and we've got workforce shortages, particularly in those areas of electricians and electrotechnology. So there's a very big challenge in that. And
there are students on the coast who are crying out for the opportunity to learn those skills.
Look, we really want to provide. One of the things that we're doing which we will be doing with the centres, manufacturing centres of excellence, is it's not about building a flash building. It's about developing the type of courses that we'll be able to offer. So there'll be things like higher apprenticeships, so on top of our normal apprenticeships, so higher apprenticeships engaging with a tertiary institution, micro skills and other sort of stackable credentials that people can do. So it'll focus on, firstly, the skills development for traditional apprenticeships and higher apprenticeships, and then also upskilling people who are already in industry with some of those micro and smaller skill options.
We need both, though, don't we? Like, we do
Yes.
need, when you look at Gosford and you've got, it's a really old and not very attractive facility. I'm not surprised that people are not, desperate to go there at the moment. But also, as we are training people up in these new industries, we need state-of-the-art facilities to do that. So I agree with you. We also need to, actually have the courses and all the rest of it. Just on that then, so what is the status of the proposed Blue Scope Steel Super TAFE?
That at the moment is the subject of a working group between TAFE and Blue Scope. That's very early stages. We are also going to have a manufacturing centre of excellence in Wollongong. That's certain. We will do that.
Is that more sort of for training up for local manufacture of buses and ferries and things, though, rather than...
We're going to have a transport element in one of the manufacturing centres of excellence, but and I suspect it might end up being focusing on the replacement trains in Newcastle.
Yep.
I don't want to preempt, though, what decisions are made, but the Wollongong, we will have a manufacturing centre of excellence in Wollongong, which will cover a range of things. It will also include renewables.
Yeah.
Whether or not that ends up being with Blue Scope at the Super TAFE, proposed Super TAFE, there is not something that's decided.
Has a memorandum of understanding been signed?
Yeah,
yet?
we signed a memorandum of understanding in November last year with Blue Scope, essentially to explore the potential for the use of their site. And if you've ever been to their site there, they have some very impressive buildings which are unused at the moment, and which you could certainly imagine would have the space which would make them fantastic facilities for some of our training, particularly in engineering and construction, and in conjunction as well with co-location of tertiary facilities.
Yeah.
So it's exciting, but it's early days and there's no commitments made to it yet.
Minister, you have, there is no doubt, inherited a situation where, as you say, the budget is stretched. We have had underfunding in TAFE and tertiary skills for quite some time in this state now, and we are, of course, playing catch up. I'm concerned when I hear the statements made around the budget, and we have to wait to see through the budget process, yada yada, but also the idea of these companies coming in and offering partnerships. Will you rule out the privatisation of TAFE and TAFE services?
Oh yes, absolutely. No, there'll be no privatisation of TAFE services and TAFE.
And not even by stealth? Not a situation where
in terms of, we will be certainly looking to work in partnership with industry. That's really important for us to do that. We will be looking, particularly in these manufacturing centres of excellence, to develop relationships with tertiary institutions and with industry. So, for example, in some areas where you're utilising particularly expensive modern pieces of equipment, it would be good to be able to take students and access those on the facilities of a
With the
a partner.
Yeah.
So those sort of collaborations is certainly something we're looking at. And
but there's
there's collaboration is very different to privatising or selling.
And one of the
Yeah.
concerning things that happened under the last government was an idea of, you could have these sort of privately owned blocks of land or precincts where then the government was quite reliant on that ongoing relationship to continue to have a public facility on there. Just want to make sure that we are alert to that and we're not thinking of going into that sort of territory.
We will be, with those manufacturing centres of excellence, that any physical location of those will be on TAFE-owned land.
Okay.
Now, the BlueScope one is still very early days. I'm not sure whether if that actually eventuated, whether we would be owning or leasing or what in that case. That's still very early days. But we need to, but I can absolutely assure you that that we are looking at the use of existing TAFE facilities, and we're certainly looking at whether we can better utilise TAFE facilities to try and help overcome school shortages as we go forward as well. We've got 156 campuses out there, so there's quite a lot of space.
Thank you. Ms Mihalik.
Thank you, Minister. Just back on a couple of questions I just want to ask about Bankstown TAFE. So I just want to understand, so you've confirmed that Bankstown TAFE, after the temporary relocation, will definitely be built on the current site. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so back onto public land. In the interim, what you're essentially telling budget estimates today is that there'll have to be a process of a temporary relocation. We're not sure quite what that time frame will be, but that is to leased properties within the Bankstown CBD, or purchase properties within the Bankstown CBD?
No, I expect it to be to leased facilities for the temporary period.
Okay, and that process has already begun, or not yet? Discussions
I'll ask Ms Scroer to elaborate on this, but I am aware that we tested the market to make sure that there was going to be properties available before the decisions were made. But in terms of actual negotiations, Ms Scroer might be able to.
No, that's correct, Minister. We've done some initial work to look at what opportunities there will be in the local area to locate what the footprint that we need to cover Bankstown.
So what is the footprint that you need? Minister, do you know? Or?
I'd have to take on notice the exact land area that we require. But we want to, as I said before, we want to be able to maintain the delivery that we have in Bankstown in that
So
CBD.
Have you gone to local Bankstown real estate? Is that where you're...
Well, these are more commercial.
Commercial real estate.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of commercial ones in Bankstown
Yes,
too.
correct.
Okay. I'm just conscious of the fact that the Premier announced that it would be a major transport hub and redevelopment and rezoning of Bankstown taking place, and there'll be lots of different construction, and I can only imagine that some of these facilities are going to want to redevelop their sites in the same time that you're looking for.
I would expect that
property
we'll
for
be
TAFE.
able to lock in a lease. We've been ensuring that there was the capacity to do that, and I'm confident there is.
Okay, and that's within Bankstown CBD?
Correct, yes.
Okay. But you haven't locked that in, you're just still in discussions?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and when do you expect to lock that in?
I'm not sure of the time frame. We're still not sure of the time frame for the build, so we don't want to disrupt. We don't want to disrupt delivery in the current campus
So
unnecessarily.
you expect this year they'll be just staying put in the current campus?
As
and there'll be no
far
move?
as I'm aware, at this point in time, we'll continue delivery as we currently do on Bankstown campus.
I won't be doing something. I won't be approving something which says, okay, in 3 weeks' time you've got to be out.
No.
We will give plenty of lead time on that.
Minister, have you approached Bankstown Council for any of their facilities? Because they have facilities within Bankstown CBD.
My understanding
that
of
might
the
be more
process
affordable.
we've gone through is through the government's agencies to determine availability of space. Ms Scroer might be able to add.
Yes, that's correct. And then if there are other commercial premises that are of the scale that we need, there certainly are facilities that are available with council, but it's just getting the right space, the right footprint that we need for the size of the learning and delivery spaces.
But realistically, you can't be. Are you confident that you can find all of this in the CBD of Bankstown?
We expect that we'll be able to find the majority of it, yes.
Okay. All right. I'll leave that. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, Minister. What is the latest in terms of net zero targets that your government announced and essentially passed in terms of legislation last year? How is that going to impact all this TAFE construction? So you've got a document that's come out which provides some sort of technical guidance, climate resilient campus. I don't know what that means. Can you tell me what climate resilient campus means to you?
Well, obviously we've got a whole of government approach to achieving net zero, and there is our departments and our capital projects will be adhering to processes which seek to reduce the carbon emissions as we go through sites. It's also part of the government policy is also focused on, for instance, not unnecessarily demolishing and rebuilding, ensuring that we reuse as far as possible. In terms of direct application of net zero to our projects, so our capital projects you're talking about particularly.
Well, it must be. It's your document, so I'm just looking at
so
climate
I'll
resilient
ask,
campus and
Scora
people. I don't know what that means,
or
but
who would be to add to that or to elaborate or?
I don't think I've got anything further.
Okay.
well, are you aware of your sustainable design document that you
Yes.
issued in June 23, Minister? You weren't the Minister at the time, but you might have been provided that document since.
I would certainly hope we have a sustainable design principles.
Yeah. No, it's a lot. It's a lot of information about how to be climate resilient campuses and people, but it doesn't say much about the costings of what this will mean.
Yeah, we have, thank you for the question, we do have the sustainability framework and we're doing a lot of work within our campuses, both working towards net zero, so programs around LED, lighting upgrades, solar installations and how we manage energy, as well as our
But this is
purchasing.
specifically about as you're rebuilding new sites. So, Minister, how will that add costs then to how you're planning and building Bankstown TAFE?
The whole
Can I imagine these net zero targets will...
Oh, look, I would expect Bankstown's TAFE's new facility to be at cutting edge of environmental effectiveness in terms of its ongoing energy use, but also its construction. I'd expect nothing less of that, and government is moving to ensure that our construction projects do adhere to that. There's a range of other guidelines we have in place.
But there must be already some assessment of what this document...
We
that
don't
you've
have
now-
in terms of specifically Bankstown TAFE's new
It's not
building,
Bankstown TAFE, it's
yeah,
any
but
TAFE.
the
You've got
overall-
a document that says you have to have climate resilient campuses and people. That's
Yeah.
some of the
Look,
subject areas.
I would be
And you're
expecting-
saying now that you're going to be, this won't be the first TAFE, I imagine, that you're rebuilding, and you're going to
I
then
would
look at
expect
all of your
all-
TAFE campuses to meet these net zero targets.
I
There must be
expect,
some assessment of what that extra cost is.
I expect all our construction projects to be being built at a standard which makes them as environmentally efficient as possible. I'd expect no less from any of them.
But,
we know that construction costs have exploded in the last few years, not just because we're building.
Well, they will
lower
further.
costs.
You must accept they will as a
a lot
result of
of-
your net
a-
zero targets
a
that
lot
were
of-
passed in this Parliament in November. You must accept that.
I would expect that any responsible government trying to deal with a climate challenge of the scale that we have would be building its buildings to be as energy efficient in their operation,
Wouldn't the
but
cost
also
be
in
the
their
first priority,
construction.
Minister? Wouldn't the cost be the first priority?
The efficient use of money is obviously a priority, but achieving our
nothing about money in this document.
climate
Have a read of it.
goals,
There's nothing about
achieving our
cost.
climate goals is something that I think the population has made very clear that they want us to do, and which is the responsible thing to do for any government.
Okay, the population's made that clear. Okay.
Well,
All right, Minister, just on, Chair, can I just see how much time I have? Because I don't know.
You have 1 minute, 18 seconds.
Okay. All right. No, I think I'll come back in my next session because it's related to a different area. So if you want to.
Yeah,
take it.
fair enough. Thank you. I think. Now I've got lots of questions. Let me find a short one. It's been 8 years since we had a VET inquiry, a vet inquiry. Do you support a parliamentary inquiry into TAFE?
Well, we have just had the vet review, and I believe that when that comes out, it'll be very well received.
When will
I
it
think
come
it's
out?
been very thoroughly. It should. I'm currently going to cabinet to get it released, and we will see. But I expect that not to be far away. When that comes out, that's certainly something which I think will be very well welcomed by all those who are involved in VET. I think it'll be a really constructive document that helps us to build a sustainable future for TAFE and to rebuild TAFE and provide some foundations for that. I wouldn't be opposed to an upper house inquiry if there's some things out of that the Legislative Council felt were as important. You've probably got a few on your plate already, but look,
They love inquiries.
happy to look as a former
Why do they
member
say
of
that as rural
the as a
crime?
former member of the Legislative Council. I know how
Hear,
how
hear, tell
important
your
they are.
colleagues.
But but let's wait and see what happens, what comes out of the VET inquiry, and what people feel needs to be followed up out of it.
Thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, if I could just take you back to the to the Bankstown TAFE and the existing site as it stands today. Minister, have there been any concerns relating to soil contamination at that site? The site being the one identified by your government for the new hospital, concerns relating to soil contamination?
No, I'm not aware of any. Nothing has been raised with me.
So there's no testing has been undertaken at that site?
I'll ask Ms Scorer to answer whether there's been testing undertaken, but as I said, there's been
Thank
no
you.
concern with the soil raised with me.
We're not aware of any soil contamination in that location or related to the broader question of asbestos. We're not aware of any soil or mulch contamination across our campuses. But I expect that as the work is done on that site, that there'll be further testing, but we haven't done any preliminary testing on soil in that location.
In terms of due diligence, in terms of identifying, announcing a site for a hospital such as this, would that not be part of the process or the consideration?
I expect that that's a question for health in doing its due diligence to make the selection of that particular location.
But on the grounds to relocate the entire TAFE campus, this hasn't been considered?
Well, the relocation to the TAFE campus, we would want the assurance to provide services there today that we weren't offering learning on a contaminated site, and so we're confident that that's the case. But I expect that health will do its own process of assessing that when it comes to developing the project further.
Okay. And Minister, just in terms of consultation and picking up the reference from the Honourable Tanya Mihalik relating to Bankstown Canterbury Hospital on this, Minister, were they involved in discussions relating to the identification of the site?
That's a question the Health Minister and the Health Infrastructure would need to answer.
Yeah. So, Minister, in terms of the TAFE site and the plans about the temporary relocation, have you had discussions with the Bankstown Council relating to your plans on
I
to
have
TAFE?
not. Health Infrastructure is the lead agency on this, so they are managing the overall project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I just want to ask you a couple of questions about your diary disclosure from the last couple of months. And I appreciate you're only sworn in at the end of September. But October to December, you only had 22 meetings. Why have you got so few disclosed meetings in your diary disclosures?
I expect because there was 22 meetings that were required to be disclosed. I had a lot of internal briefings from department and
Right.
From various agencies, and also went out visiting a number of TAFEs and making a number of regional visits and those sort of things.
Okay, so you also on here haven't visited a single university in those 3-month periods since you were
I have
Minister.
visited
it's
a
not
number of
listed there.
universities.
Which universities have you visited and when?
University of Wollongong most recently, actually.
When was that?
Just a few weeks ago.
Okay, so I'm talking about your disclosures between the 1st of October to the end of December.
Mhm.
Obviously, first 3 months in the role.
Mm.
One meeting with the Vice-Chancellor's Committee, but not a single university visit in the first 3 months of the portfolio. Are you doing the work required for the role?
Oh, I believe I am, yes. And I've had meetings with the Vice-Chancellors, of course. I've met with a number of people. I've had a number of meetings around the Universities Accord, which is a really important process that the federal government has been undertaking, which we're involved in.
Sure, but just not in the first
there's
3 months of being the minister.
I'd have to look back at whether I've physically visited a university campus in that time, but I visited a number of TAFE campuses.
Right. I'm asking about your role as Tertiary Education Minister, and I think it's a bit concerning that in the first 3 months you didn't visit a single university.
I think that I visited country university centres, you might find,
they're great,
which are terrific facilities.
I'm asking about.
And,
well, I look at the
and
diary.
had a number of discussions with Vice-Chancellors.
Well, your
from
diary
different
disclosure
universities.
shows one meeting with the Vice-Chancellors Committee. I looked at your predecessors he visited a number of universities in his first 3 months, and I just think it's curious that given the work particularly of the Accord, which you've just mentioned, that in the first 3 months of taking office, a major part of your portfolio, you didn't visit a single university campus according to your disclosure.
Yeah,
Are you taking the wage but not doing the work, Minister?
Oh, I think that's a ridiculous comment. Typical. You probably got. I expect you got asked the same question when you were the minister.
Well, I wasn't responsible for universities,
but,
Minister. My concern is you are, and you're not going there. You're not engaging with that part of your portfolio.
I've spent quite a bit of time in regional New South Wales visiting various things, including country university centres, TAFEs, a variety of things, and I just reject
Have you visited any regional university campuses?
I'm going to Charles Sturt actually tomorrow.
Great. Well, hopefully your next diary disclosures will show an abundance of visits to universities, and we'll be able to move on from
what it'll
that.
show is a balance of things across the portfolio,
Okay,
so
thanks,
that I'm
Minister.
doing the job as minister.
Can you explain to me why there was nearly 3 weeks in November where you didn't have a single disclosed stakeholder meeting in your diary?
I'd have to go back and have a look at those, but I expect I was doing a range of other things during that period.
What other than being a minister would you have been doing?
Well, there's a lot of other meetings and a lot of other briefings and visits and things which are not required to be disclosed. They're not stakeholder meetings, so I'd have to go back and have a look at my diary to see what else I was doing.
I understand that, but surely stakeholder engagement is a big part of what you need to do, particularly in a new portfolio and within your first sort of couple of months. There's just it's very light on compared to some of your colleagues, can I say? But we can maybe come back to that in the next estimates hearing. I want to ask you now about the manufacturing centres of excellence, which I know Ms Boyd also asked about. Can you explain to me the difference between what you're proposing with the manufacturing centres of excellence model and the IAT campus, the one that most recently opened at Kingswood? What's the difference?
There's a couple of differences, but I'll acknowledge that there's a number of things which we're learning from the IATs which we'll take across to the manufacturing centres of excellence. So there's a number of really positive things about those. The IATs involve a collaboration between industry, tertiary institutions and TAFE. Probably one of the core differences between those and what we're proposing with the manufacturing centres of excellence is that the manufacturing centres of excellence that will serve a slightly different purpose. The IATs have a shared governance model between TAFE New South Wales and the universities and industry. The centres of excellence are going to be TAFE-led, so TAFE will actually undertake the management. They'll contract in services from partners. So there's a bit of a difference in the way that we're proposing to structure the model. The IATs are in a pilot phase at the moment. Obviously, we'll learn from those, and we will certainly take positives out of those for the manufacturing centres of excellence. And I did visit Kingswood recently, and there is some excellent work happening there, which I think is terrific. That importance of building the partnerships, I think, is something that we'd all agree is vital, and I'm confident that we'll be able to carry that across into the manufacturing centres of excellence, but with a different management model.
Sure. Do you know how many enrolments there are so far at the Kingswood campus?
Well, a number of the courses that we're offering at the Kingswood campus are the traditional apprenticeship courses, as well as micro skills and things. So there's a number of. I'll ask TAFE to give specifics on that, but just to recognise that The specific IAT courses, the things that have been developed by industry, so those micro skills and those sort of things you'd be well aware of, a number of those are new and continuing to develop. So there's quite a few new offerings that are coming out there, and they've been very well received. I'm aware that we've just announced today, actually, a course in AI.
I saw that,
yes.
Minister. I'd love to know how much you can tell us about AI.
AI.
Got some tips for us?
My intelligence is not artificial.
I wasn't implying that. I just wanted to. I saw your press release talking about the tips and tricks, so I thought maybe you can enlighten us today how we can use AI
and maybe
more
I should do
effectively.
the course.
Maybe I should too, Minister. We're on a unity ticket there.
But can I ask Ms. Scora to give you figures on the enrolments at Kingswood?
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Just to add, in terms of the Centres of Advanced Manufacturing, what we heard very clearly from industry in consultation was the desire for the centres to also focus on what we deliver in terms of foundation trades, because the importance of the pipeline for skilled workforce into those sectors is really critical, as well as the overlay of micro skills and micro credentials to allow workers to continue to build their skills in those more niche areas that are required for those emerging areas. So we've heard that loud and clear. The IATs offer micro skills and micro credentials in the digital and the construction area, so focus more so on people who are already within those sectors and providing them with the opportunity to upskill. We've had 58,000 or thereabouts enrolments in both the IATs to date, and I'm happy to provide on notice the specifics.
That would be great.
For
Do you have a
construction.
breakdown of the enrolments by sort of area or demographic as well? Whatever you can provide on notice.
Yes, we can absolutely provide that data. The construction delivery commenced online in about October last year, and obviously we've now launched the physical facility, but the enrolments continue to be quite strong in both digital and construction IoTs.
Okay, thank you. And there might be two more for the AI class after today when the Minister and I sign up. Can I just go back to you, Minister? The consultation process for the MCEs, my understanding is there was a roundtable held in November last year, is that correct?
We've had 3 roundtables.
Okay, and who has been in attendance at those roundtables?
We've had a roundtable in each of the locations, Wollongong, Western Sydney and Newcastle. We've had industry representatives, tertiary institutions, unions and people from TAFE, that broadly speaking. We've also since then done some more targeted consultations to follow up, particularly with industry and with the universities, about discussing the sort of models and the courses to narrow down what it is that might be offered in those centres. And that's all come together in a proposal which is currently being considered to take it to the next stage.
Sure. And then in terms of the locations, obviously you've got Hunter, Illawarra and Western Sydney.
Correct.
Whereabouts in Western Sydney?
We haven't settled at this stage on the physical locations. As I mentioned before, we're not focusing particularly on building a new building for these. We're looking at trying to utilise the money to develop the course offerings. And one of the requirements, we're also trying to link this in with the federal Centres of Excellence funding as well. So we'd like to obviously access some of that, as you'd expect we would. And to do that, we need to be developing course offerings which can essentially be offered anywhere. So there'll be a focus on some physical learning, but also on some of those offerings which are available without a physical location as well. Perhaps Ms. Scora could add to that, just on the concept side of it.
Yes, that's right. What we're focused on is how can we provide flexible and agile delivery, acknowledging, which we heard from the consultation sessions, that this will be an evolving workforce over time. And so rather than us getting fixed with a piece of infrastructure, that we're able to utilise industry expertise, industry resources in partnership, as well as provide which is what we do, provide the learning and teaching and the delivery. So trying to be as agile as we can to adapt.
One of the things can I just add on that? One of the things that's important is that we're very keen to get federal approval to trial self-accreditation for courses by TAFE at these centres, because at the moment where TAFE is very limited in being able to respond quickly to industry need by the time taken to get accreditation of courses by the federal authorities. So if we can use these centres to short circuit that, it means we'll be able to respond very quickly to industry need with qualifications.
So one of the concerns, and I think you may have just answered this, but in terms of particularly southwestern Sydney and the Campbelltown area is access to those courses. But is what you're saying is that you envisage the physical footprint would be in Western Sydney somewhere, but you would hope that you've got a bigger scope.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. How long have I got left, Chair?
You have 6 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go to a new topic. The announcement of the 1,000 apprenticeships commitment by your government last year, can you tell me how many applications you've received so far for those apprenticeships?
I can give you that figure. We have more applications than we have places. You won't be surprised to know. There's been a really excellent response to it so far. Applications from the agencies closed 30 November 2023. 499 applications were received from 33 agencies. So that's for the agencies to take people on.
Yep.
Does
Does that come out of the 1,000 as well? Is that part of it?
No, that's actually the agencies saying we want some.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
sorry,
that was a really positive response, and we had some from obviously we had agencies who traditionally take on trainees, and we've actually done some baseline work to make sure that this is a genuine 1,000 extra. So we've done some baseline work on what the agencies previously were taking on as apprentice and trainees, and shockingly, that was less than 1,000. Right across the New South Wales
Can you just come
government
back,
sector.
sorry, to the how many applications you've received? You said you've had more than places available. I just would like that figure.
Yeah.
You can come back after the break.
So
if you
yeah,
can't
there's
find it.
we've had in the first 3 days that we had them open, we had 500 people who registered their interest. So obviously it's 1,000 over the period over the term. So.
Okay.
The current figure, can somebody tell me what the current figure is?
Collins
Mr. Collins has got the current figure for applications. Mr. Collins?
We currently have 250 positions that are being recruited for at this stage.
Sure.
I don't have the figure in front of me, but I can get that
That's
for
right,
you
if
this
you can get it,
afternoon.
that's fine, yeah.
There has been a very significant expression of interest, and we're working through that now and supporting agencies with that recruitment.
Sure.
So I can provide that to you as the
That
morning
would be
goes
great.
on.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Collins. So it's 250 this year. So will it be 1,000 in this term of government, or is 250 per year over the next 4 years? Are you going to get to 750 by the next election?
No, there'll be 1,000 over the term.
Right,
And
so-
obviously some of the training will go over. It depends whether someone's obviously doing an apprenticeship or a traineeship as to how long
So
their
if you're
training
doing
goes for.
250 this year as an
We'll
intake,
have more next year. Yes.
right? So that's can you provide? I'm happy for it to be on notice. The breakdown of how many each year you expect over the next 3 years.
Mr. Collins,
Collins,
I'm happy to
that's
do
fine.
that.
Give you that?
The way we'd planned for it to occur, 200 commencements in the first year, and then 400 commencements each year for the next 2 years. Because of the level of interest from agencies and the high level of applications from agencies to be engaged, we're looking at filling 250 this time,
Okay.
and we will work the others out over the next 2 years.
Okay. So have any of these apprentices actually started, or trainees? Have they been onboarded and begun yet?
The recruitment process is
believe so,
occurring
not
now.
yet.
Okay.
Not
So
yet.
when would you expect either or? When would you expect them to begin?
I would expect over the next month that we'll
Okay.
start to see apprentices and trainees commencing with agencies.
Okay. And then is their employment guaranteed at the completion of their apprenticeship?
No, there is not, but we certainly would expect that most agencies are crying out for people, so we would certainly be hoping that they would be keeping them on.
Okay, so they'll get supported to do their apprenticeship, their traineeship, but there's no guarantee of ongoing government employment.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could
Please.
comment, please. Sorry to keep
Yeah.
jumping in over you.
No, it's
We're working with agencies over looking at this as a means of attracting and recruiting people to ongoing roles. So while an apprenticeship or traineeship is a time-based contract of employment and training, the agencies, we're encouraging the agencies to look at that as a way of identifying talent who can then go on to fill roles. And those agencies that are currently currently using apprenticeships and traineeships are doing that. They're using that as a means of recruitment into skill-based roles that they have.
Okay, so that's the career pathway that you envisage for these people. Yeah. Okay. And then in terms of sort of KPIs to monitor the success of this program, Minister, what are you putting in place to measure its efficacy?
I guess the most basic one is that we have established what the baseline is that we're working from, so that we can ensure that these are additional and they're not just replacing traineeships or apprenticeships which departments might have already had in place. We've got a figure a measurement to ensure that's in place. In terms of feedback from the trainees and so on, perhaps I could ask the department.
Well, sorry, can I just
give
come
a bit
back
of
to you though? But in
elaboration on
terms
that.
of, like, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of your baseline, but is it your goal that these 1,000 individuals will remain working in the public sector? Like, are you going to track who stays, what that retention is like through their courses? How are you going to measure it?
We'll certainly be tracking who finishes, who completes.
Okay,
and
will you be
we
making
will
that
be
public?
going back. I don't see why not.
Good.
Perhaps we can add
we also have some aims on the composition of the cohort, so equity considerations, gender, people with disability, Aboriginal learners, just to make sure that in filling the 1,000 we've got a broad representation of the community in that cohort as well.
Is it, and I'm happy for it to be on notice, Ms. Reid, can we get some information about those cohorts and what sort of targets you're looking at? And you can provide that on notice if you don't have it here, or if you've
Certainly.
got it now, I'm happy.
Yeah, we'll take it on notice.
Why don't we do that this afternoon?
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Good timing, there we go.
Very good timing. Can I ask one of my favourite topics, consultants? I'm looking at the last annual report for TAFE for the 22-23 year. I see that the consultant spend has gone down, which is great. And I'll come back to a question on that. But I do note that the contractor spend continues to increase. In the context of TAFE, what are the most of those contractors doing?
I will ask TAFE to give you some more detail. Obviously, there is a number of areas where we use contractors. Some of those are in course and curriculum development because our teachers don't have enough time to do it all. But there is a number of specific areas. I'll ask Ms. Scora to...
Thank you. I'll ask Ms. Tickle to speak to the contractors. As you acknowledge, we are spending less on consultants, and that's in response to the government requirement of us. Our contractors are predominantly around the areas of our information technology projects, and our ability to get workers with the right skills to stay. We find frequently that those sorts of the workers, the contractors with the kind of expertise that we need are in hot demand in the current market. And so whilst we have major infrastructure projects on foot, which, as you know, we do, we continue to have to require those sorts of workforce, but we can provide some more detail on contractors.
That would be useful. And I think we've heard this in a lot of departments around IT consultants, IT contractors in particular, because they are in such high demand. It's hard to then attract them into the public sector at public sector wages. Is that sort of what's happening here as well, that they're just demanding a much higher rate?
Yes, and even if we've had the experience where someone wants to come and work for us, but the next day they'll be offered a role elsewhere that's paying 4 times what we can offer. And we want to be able to have people with the right expertise doing work with us. So it's important that we have that capacity in the organisation.
Yeah, thank you. Did you want to add something, Ms. Tickle?
Just notwithstanding that, we are reducing the contingent labour though. So for example, March last year we had 544 people. This year at the same time frame 334. So we are encouraging people onto temporary TAFE contracts or permanent employment because we're committed to stable employment. So we are reducing the contingent labour, notwithstanding the rate issues that we've just talked about.
Thank you. What steps, Minister, is the Labor government taking to bring down the casualisation of TAFE teachers? I know we've done quite a lot on the school teacher side. What's happening with TAFE teachers?
It's the estimate I've had is that around 65% of our teaching workforce is not permanent, which I think is unacceptable. We have been in discussion with the Teachers Federation as part of our negotiations recently about setting some firmer targets. The Managing Director of TAFE did put a written commitment to the Teachers Federation to work through getting more teachers onto either permanent full-time or permanent part-time positions. So it is a strong objective of ours. I'm also very conscious that the federal government has recently passed legislation which may affect TAFE teachers, but we'd like to be ahead of that if we can. We are very committed to trying to increase the numbers. Obviously, for some people, casual rates and casual hours will still suit them. So, but we'll be looking where possible to bring people who've been long-term employees with fairly regular hours onto permanent contracts. Might be for Ms. Tickle to add to that.
Certainly, yes. So we've some information that might be useful. We've advertised approximately 550 odd permanent teaching roles since the end of March 2023, comparable to 278 in the same period over 2022. We've also increased our teaching workforce in the same time, so we're increasing people into permanent and permanent part-time roles as well as temporary roles, so we're converting a lot of our teachers that were temporary into permanent roles. We've also, as the Minister said, been working with Federation to put more of our existing part-time casual teachers into permanent roles through a streamlined recruitment process, so that's very well underway as well.
Thank you. Just before we leave contractors, in that last financial year, which I acknowledge was not all under your watch, Minister, because we had the change of government in the middle there, there was $242,000 paid to the Nous Group in relation to developing an approach to building a commercial fee-for-service model for TAFE. Can you tell me what that is and what the results of that work was?
I will ask Ms. Scora to respond to that.
Yes, thank you. This was for a piece of work that was tied to our training portfolio strategy. So the forward projection and forecast of where industry demand, where skills demand is, and to understand where TAFE New South Wales is best to put its effort to meet industry demand, acknowledging that we also have a role in those more bespoke learning areas that are offered in very small locations or for bespoke industries. And the commercial strategy was a piece of work that was done at that time, I think commenced in 2022, to explore what a commercial approach would look like for TAFE, and if we were to go down that road, what it would look like. It also incorporated what we do. We do have quite a lot of work that's done already in business development and those sorts of things. So how would we look at business development, partnerships work to have a more coherent approach to that in our partnership with industry?
So fee-for-service model in that context is effectively TAFE charging businesses for providing courses.
Correct.
Is that right? Is
Yes.
that something that occurs at the moment in some form in TAFE?
In some form, yes. Yep.
And
Absolutely.
the result of that work that was done then by Nous, did that make its way into some sort of policy document, or is it just sort of informing?
It's really informing how we've implemented the training portfolio strategy and thinking about where we best put our effort and where there's opportunities. There might be opportunities for commercial revenue, but it's certainly not the focus of what we do in TAFE New South Wales.
Would it be fair to say then that sort of $250,000 that was spent by the last government is not something now that we're going to necessarily use under the policy settings of the new government? Or how does that work? Minister, is that something that you're aware of?
I don't think I'd rule out fee for service for businesses at all, but so I suspect it won't be wasted. But our focus is certainly on being a government provider of educational services.
Because there's always the worry when we start doing fee for service that we end up, focusing on
where we can make the most money.
On making most money, that's right. It's it's almost like a
our
form of...
focus will be very strongly on being a government service provider and recognising that TAFE plays a different role to non-government providers in the training space, in that we have a number of community service obligations. We have obligations for helping learners in remote and rural areas and from disadvantaged backgrounds, so and more difficult. So that's very strongly my focus.
Okay. Just coming to the mandatory placements in that happen through TAFE in relation to, for example, I know that recently Charles Sturt University, there was a government agreement to pay police trainees, I think $30,000 while they were doing their traineeships, but there's still significant number of nurses, teachers and other essential workers who are effectively, according to Unions New South Wales, giving up around $21,000 in income while doing that mandatory unpaid placement. Have you thought about extending that? Are there any plans to extend that to apply to other types of workers?
The University's Accord report, which came down in the last week, or came out in the last week or so, makes some fairly strong recommendations about those unpaid placements and talking about how they are a disincentive for people and they are a barrier to people from lower socioeconomic groups, particularly in taking on those courses. And as a parent of a teacher, high school teacher who did that, I'm aware of that, and she was lucky enough to have a comfortable family, but it is a disincentive for people. I would certainly agree with the University's Accord recommendations, but I'd be in full agreement with the Deputy Premier, who I think recently said that we think it's the Commonwealth's responsibility to take action on that front.
Have you made a formal request to the Minister for Fair Work in relation to sort of pressing that claim, or is that
in terms of the federal government?
Ensuring that they.
We've only at this stage had an early response to the University's Accord. We haven't made a formal response to the Accord document yet, but I expect that in our discussions on that we will be making that point.
Thank you. Ms Mihalik.
Sorry, Minister, I just wanted to ask you, and I previously asked you about the culling of brumbies. Have you had any updates from the Minister for Environment or indeed from the department on how that's travelling?
As local member, obviously, the Minister for Environment keeps me informed about it. I'm aware that there is an area of the southern portion of Kosciuszko Park which will be closed over the next few weeks for aerial shooting for all pest species, which is consistent with the way that aerial shooting's been conducted in the past for deer and pigs. The initial, to date, there hasn't been a lot extensive shooting, but the reports that I've had from the Minister are that what's been undertaken so far has been successful.
So what numbers, Minister, are they thinking that they've culled already?
I think, you'd need to get that information from the Minister for the Environment. I don't have a figure on that.
She's provided that information to you, no?
She's certainly told me about some of the preliminary work, but I haven't had an up-to-date figure in the last couple of weeks because there's been they did some trial work, and then they're about to commence the program proper, really. So
when are they expecting to finish the program?
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, I'll hear the
The member might know. The Minister might know.
Order.
We're here to examine the Minister in terms of the portfolios that he represents, and we've had this raised consistently at a number of estimates. As valuable and as interesting as this topic is, and a number of us on the relevant inquiries, it doesn't come within the ambit of these budget hearings, and therefore I'd ask that we move on to another topic.
Well, Chair, on the last occasion, the Minister was more than happy to provide some answers in relation to an area of interest to him as a Member of Parliament, and he has happily been answering the questions now. So unless there's some sort of speed between the Minister and the member, I thought the Minister was quite happy to answer these questions.
Further to the point of order, I'm sure the Minister is very capable of answering a whole range of topics, and I know he has a great interest and expertise in a number of areas. It's just not appropriate for budget estimates.
That's before an inquiry hearing.
In relation to the point of order, I do agree that, although we give wide latitude, it does need to at least be related to the policy areas of the particular minister. That said, when we are asking a minister a question, who is a person who is relatively knowledgeable and completely capable of responding to questions, I would allow the Minister to decide whether or not to defer or to say no to the question, or whether he would like to answer it. So if we proceed on that basis.
Okay, thank you. Well, Minister, you have answered those questions, so thank you for that. I only wanted to ask a couple of further questions in relation to that. One is, have there been any more approaches to you from any of the stakeholders in the area raising concerns in relation to the culling of the Brumbies, or is it now, have the community accepted the decision?
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I would say that there is still, as you would expect, a lot of controversy about the decision. And I've certainly had a number of groups who are opposed to the cull who come to see me as local member and who make their points to me. I've also had many people who care about the natural values of Kosciuszko Park who talk to me as well. So there is, it is a controversial thing, and I guess one of the things in government is, and as a local member, is that you can take two options. You can take the easy way of trying to avoid or sit on the fence on this, as some previous people have done, or you can tough it out. And I'm supporting a course of action which will protect the natural value of Kosciuszko Park, but recognising that's controversial and that some people will be critical of it.
Minister, have any of the operators of Thredbo or Perisher come to see you in relation to this?
Not about, no. The operators,
I don't know what their position is.
No, the operators of Perisher and Thredbo have a lot of issues with various aspects of government, but not with this one.
So they're supporting the culling as well? Is that right?
I've never spoken specifically to Perisher and Thredbo, but they're not affected at all because
Yes,
the
it's a different
areas,
part of the park, yes.
the areas of park closure don't affect the resort areas at all.
Okay. All right, Minister, can I just go... I just want to confirm, and I've just got to confirm again in relation to Bankstown TAFE, all the courses that will be relocated into different parts of the CBD, will they be returned back as they are today to the new Bankstown TAFE?
I will ask specifically Ms.
My
Scora
concern
to
is there
answer
should be a
that.
guarantee about these courses. They're not just either removed into another
with one
campus.
proviso. Obviously, demand for courses is something that we measure. So we're in the process of doing a statewide assessment of all the TAFE campuses and trying to match that with the demand for skills in those areas, so that we can plan for provision of so make sure that we're filling in any gaps. So we will continue to do that. We'll continue to respond to market demand, and that may mean that sometime in the future we might add a course to Bankstown. We might have low enrolments in something or low demand for something. Within that extent,
yes, no,
I can ask
I just
Ms.
say
Scora
this, I
to-
preface my question is that
But it'll have the capacity.
earlier you said that it may be more health-related
Yes, I
courses
hope
now
it
at
will
this
be.
site.
Yeah.
I presume the TAFE site will be now smaller than what's currently available, although I don't know what your height of this building will be. And therefore, I'm just asking, will some of these courses not resume in this location?
Oh no,
down
if
the
there's
track?
demand in Bankstown for courses, they'll be provided there. Ms. Scora could perhaps add to that.
That's right, and what we'd want to do in the first instance is make sure that the students who are currently learning in that location are able to continue and finish their learning. That's a priority. As the Minister said, we want to be able to offer what is needed in that community.
What are the predominant courses now at Bankstown TAFE?
A lot of what we offer is through the adult migrant English program, so a lot of courses that stem from that, individual support. There are some
What
animal
about
studies.
any trades?
I'm walking my way around the building, can't remember.
You can't remember.
Take that on notice, yes.
Okay, can you take on notice? I'd like to know what the exact courses are now available to Bankstown at Bankstown campus.
Yep. we can
Okay,
provide that on
and
notice, yep.
which courses you will then provide within the CBD of Bankstown in your temporary location, and what you expect on the return of the new site. Can I also just, when will those leasing arrangements, I am still concerned about the leasing arrangements, and when do you intend to make that type of information public?
As soon as
Is there
we
any
can.
kind of time frame that we can get on that?
I'll take on notice whether or not there is whether we've been provided by health any further timeframe, but we'll provide that information as soon as we can to the learners.
Yes, that's correct. We don't have a time frame yet. So it's certainly not this calendar year.
And can you also take on notice, I just want to know whether this sustainable design document that you provided in June of last year, one, whether you're going to revisit that document now that there's new net zero targets that have been passed by this Parliament, and it says in that document that you're required to update that document as a result of any legislative framework changes, and two, whether that's going to add any additional costs to this specific build at Bankstown TAFE. The net zero targets, will that add any additional costs to building Bankstown TAFE? Because you must have a ballpark figure of what you're expecting Bankstown TAFE to cost already, right?
No, I don't have anything. We don't have a figure in mind at all yet.
So the health are entirely running this? Is that
No,
which
we're
area
working in
of
partnership
government?
with them, but it's still, as the Minister said, it's still very early days.
Well, it feels like a partnership is 99% health and 1% TAFE. That's what it sounds like. I can't understand how we don't have a ballpark figure of
in some ways,
rough costings of what this is going to be.
We'll be making very strong demands about what we want in our TAFE facility, of course. I'd expect there'll be a whole of government approach to the net zero targets and building construction, and we'll be going with that.
Okay. Well, as I said, it just seems like you're handing over the entire pricing and all the parameters around this TAFE to health. I'm surprised by now we don't have a rough idea of what it's going to cost. Is it going to be within the 1.3 billion?
It was actually only announced late last year, and there is a lot of planning to do. So I'm not surprised by where we're at the moment, and
You're surprised that no one knows anything yet.
I can assure you that we will be making very certain that we are getting the facility that fits the future needs for the TAFE.
Minister, how much was that sustainability design document? Was there consultants that were hired to complete that document?
Well before me, I think. So I'll ask Ms. Scora to.
That's before me as well. I have to take on notice.
You have to take on notice. Okay, so could you please take on notice the cost of what it cost TAFE New South Wales to complete that sustainability design 53-page document, and which consultants you relied on to prepare that document, and what you paid those consultants, please?
We'll just go back to the opposition for a couple of minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just wanted to ask you about fee-free course structures. I've got a specific example which we might speak to you about offline, but effectively it's a mother of 3 children who is doing her school-based education support, which is great, wanting to go and work in a classroom. Tried to move from a day class to an evening class, but was told that if she did that, she wouldn't be able to have the fee-free course because she only got one fee-free enrolment. Does that seem to make sense to you?
So you're saying that she'd already utilised a fee-free place but was moving
She's
the
moving
same
from the
course.
same course from the morning to the evening because she's now working at the school.
And she was only partway through it.
Yeah. I don't think she'd even begun, to be honest.
Okay, it doesn't sound logical to me. I'll ask Ms. Scora to...
Is there any... and as I said, I appreciate...
Yeah.
I don't want to identify,
I'll
but it might be something that...
ask Ms. Scora to respond, and we'll take that and get an answer for you if that's...
Okay.
Yes, no, without knowing the detail of the example, but... So the situation is, and maybe Ms. Reid or Mr. Collins can speak to some of the broader architecture of fee-free, but if the place is utilised for and there has been an enrolment occur for a fee-free place, then sometimes that means that a second placement can't be offered, but we're happy to look into that particular situation.
But in theory, if you're moving from a morning to an afternoon of the same course, you shouldn't be...
We'll find out about that for you.
Okay.
Happy to look into that for you.
And happy offline to get the details.
Yeah,
of the
well, I
person
might...
involved.
it's from the southern part of the state, and the wonderful local member in your shadow just happens to be here, so he might want to speak to you about that particular one. But I think the concern was when you've got, a mother of 3 wanting to do the right thing, and I think maybe just getting a bit tangled up in all respect with the process. If that's something that you could look at, that would be fantastic. So we will chat to you about that one. Do I have any more time?
You do.
Okay, great. Just moving to, there was an announcement in November last year to have 900 fee-free vocational training placements across the state to help with skilled water operators in New South Wales. Are you aware of that announcement, Minister?
I'm certainly aware that we have a serious shortage of water operators. On the specifics of the 900, I might ask.
Yeah, anything in terms of how many people have enrolled to date and where they're based.
Yeah, those details.
We can take that on notice.
But I can take those on notice.
Could you also on notice provide how many people, where those students are based, and also what what courses specifically they are undertaking.
Yes.
Fantastic.
That on notice, yes.
Is that it, or how?
Well, you can have one more if you're getting quick.
Sorry, it's really hard without that big
I
book.
know.
You don't know how much longer you've got. Oh, there you go. No, look. My took the time. It's fine.
Ms. Mahalik, do you have any short questions? I'll cede my time back to you, Sarah, for another
Okay.
two.
See, the short part is part of the challenge, Minister. Because most of our
Short
stuff
questions
has a
and hopefully short
little
answers.
bit more of an issue. Okay, I'll just quickly go back to the issue around paid practicums for teaching and for nursing. So you said that you support the Education Minister's push for the federal government to pay. But following on from what Ms Boyd had said earlier, what will you be doing proactively in terms of engaging the federal government on that issue?
Well, as I, along with the Education and the Health Ministers, would certainly be putting our position. We'll be advocating, we will be engaged in ministerial councils in terms of the consideration of responses to the university's accord. It's got obviously a broad range of things, some of which are very directly relevant to us, particularly when it comes to better integration of vet skills and tertiary and recognition of vet qualifications. A number of things like that which I could go into. But in terms of that paid for places, we will obviously be advocating for the federal government to allocate funding for that in their response to the accord, and we'll make representations and engage at ministerial councils on that basis.
Okay, and if they're not open to that process or wanting to pay, which in my experience federal governments don't often want to pay, what will you do? What will be New South Wales government's response to those issues?
We would obviously want to pursue the federal government at first instance, and obviously it'd be a question for the Treasurer and the Premier really about what happened if they refused. But I'm hopeful that the federal government might come up with some good options.
What sort of time frame do you think in terms of a decision about that particular
A little bit
process?
dependent on, and Ms Reid might be able to add to this, on the timeframes for federal government response. I'm aware that they are considering some aspects of the accord in their next budget consideration.
Yeah, the advice we have is most of their response will be as part of their budget in May, but they have flagged that they won't be doing everything at once and that there'll be sort of successive pieces of the accord recommendations that they'll want to consider and then act upon over a period of time.
Okay, so
but their May
really-
budget is the big vehicle for it.
Sure. So but you really going to have to wait and see what May delivers or doesn't, and then assess that situation.
We will see what comes out in May, but also we will have the opportunity over coming weeks to get responses, more detailed response, because the federal government hasn't actually released its response to the accord report yet. So we'll need to see what they come out with in their response to the accord report.
Okay, we might come back to that later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions from government members?
No question.
No? Excellent. All right, we get a bit of an early mark. We will be back after afternoon tea at 11:15. Thank you. Great. Welcome back. We will commence again with questions from the opposition. The Honourable Rachel Merton.
Thank you. Minister, if I could just touch on the housing accord targets relevant to New South Wales. New South Wales committing to, under the housing accord target, 75,000 homes a year. And as the Minister for Skills, TAFE and Tertiary Education, Minister, are you committed to meeting these targets?
Well, I'm committed to doing whatever we can to address the skills shortages that we know exist in the construction sector, and that is critical, obviously, to the delivery of those targets. So yes, we are. I guess there's a couple of things that we have to address. Firstly is that we've had a shortage of teachers available. So we have been attempting to address that with some initiatives like Pay to Learn, which has been very successful in bringing people who are working in industry across to undertake TAFE teaching qualifications. We are obviously continuing to focus on those skills shortage areas like construction-related industries with the smart and skilled funding, and encouraging people and continuation as well of a program, the Women in Construction program, which started prior to us coming into government. So there's a number of avenues that we are taking to try and address some of those skill shortages in conjunction with industry, but there's a lot of work to do still on it, and we'll continue to work on it.
Thank you. Minister, is there a plan in terms of what we're hoping to meet these targets in terms of milestones and outcomes? How do we know we're on track? We continually update the skill shortage lists, and we'll be working, and we do work with the federal skills councils on identifying those skills shortage key areas and whether or not there is more that we can do. The success or otherwise of what we do will be reflected in the work that and Department may wish to elaborate on this a bit, but it'll be reflected a bit in the work that we see out of the skills councils to benchmark how we're going with those skills shortage areas, and particularly the construction-related council. We're working closely with those and also developing a New South Wales skills plan for later this year. So the department might wish to add to that.
Yeah, I guess the other initiatives to note that relate to the delivery of skills that would support the housing industry would be the fee-free TAFE initiative that we have, and also our continuing support for apprenticeships and traineeships, so really critical skills in those areas.
Boosting skills overall, but just specific to meeting these housing targets. As the Minister for Skills, is there anything specific we're doing for construction?
Yeah, so, as I've mentioned, a number of the things already, but obviously one of the key, probably the most important thing we can do, apart from, of course, promoting people coming into construction, is making sure we've got the teachers there, and that's a strong focus.
Mm-hmm. Minister, in terms of RTOs and GTOs in this space, I would consider that would be a pretty instrumental sort of avenue or route to consider to look at skills. Minister, could you just outline what are we doing to support the RTOs outside the Smart and Skilled Money Apprenticeship Program Certificate 3 to respond to the Accord and to these housing targets?
Well, we're primarily responding through the Smart and Skilled funding and through TAFE as the primary provider, and that's so. In other words, the working to ensure that we are getting those basic skills through trade qualifications. I'll ask the department to.
So the question just was outside the skilled, the smart and skilled money outside. That's all. How are we boosting, enrolments, completions, hooking into the RTOs and the GTOs?
Yeah, Miss Reid might want to add more, Miss Merton, but in the electrical trade area, in other construction trades, which goes directly to having the trades for housing, we do have the fee-free apprenticeships and traineeships scheme that continues and has continued to be funded. And
I was looking for something new, a stimulus, a boost. We've got to meet these targets. Can we do more than what we are?
Well, it's on a range of fronts, so that's one of them.
Anything new? Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Well, I mean, not all of it's new, but when it works and it's effective, you want to make it ongoing.
We do need to
grow.
build the base with the traditional apprenticeships, and that's really got to be the focus. We look at upskilling in industry as well with additional qualifications. Some of those are new, but as I mentioned before, though, we really have to have in the construction area the focus on the basic, getting people qualified, getting them through an apprenticeship into their trade. And from there, we can look at upskilling and shorter courses and those sort of things.
Thank you.
Can I
And
just-
Minister, sorry.
Oh, you go.
I was just going to say that the other piece is obviously school students who might be interested in a career in the trades, and so some of our initiatives, the regional industry education partnerships, making sure that students understand what it's like to work in particular industries, things like try a trade, and the educational pathways program, all contributing to make sure that we have that really strong pipeline of students interested in that field.
Sure, and just following on from that, in terms of data on trade apprenticeship commencements, do you have any updated data, Minister, on how many people, for instance, last year began these trade apprenticeships? You're saying that you've got to start, I agree, but what kind of numbers have you got of people commencing those courses?
Anecdotally, this year has seen a significant increase in the number of people coming in, but I'll ask for the specific data.
I wouldn't have broken down by particular types of
I
apprenticeships.
think we're still fairly early in the year to be getting this year's, but
Or anything, I think the most up-to-date we could find was June quarter last year, but has there been any data made publicly available? Happy for you to take it on notice, but...
the department might be able to provide a bit more or take the detail on notice.
I think you're right, Ms Mitchell. The most publicly reported is 30 June.
Yeah.
And there was 46,145 apprentices and trainees that commenced in the prior 12 months.
But I think the point is obviously with this focus on housing,
Yes.
you admit you need more tradies.
As
What's
I said,
happened in the last 9 months? That's what we've
anecdotally, we've seen a strong growth in interest in some of our trades,
But
but
with
we
respect,
haven't
Mr.
got the full
anecdotal
dose.
data's
No,
not
absolutely.
full data.
We're not at the stage yet of having the data on that.
So would you not expect that until June this year, or what kind of time frame?
Probably right, but we can provide that on notice. Yeah.
Okay, that would be great, thank you.
Thank you. And Minister, as part of the wanting to address the skills and training in the construction centre, what priority do you give to as the Minister, to engaging and consulting with the New South Wales industry associations relevant to your portfolio of skills, TAFE and tertiary education?
Yeah, well, it's certainly a high priority for us to be working with industry, and that's something which I've certainly emphasised in my discussions with TAFE, is to build those industry links. We also have the National Skills Councils that are working in this sector, and I've had discussions with a number of those, and that's important for us to actually be linking in. We recognise that there's often a national market for these skills, so we all need to be pulling our weight, and New South Wales more than pulls its weight in training, but we want to elevate that if we can.
No, thank you. Yeah. Just on the industry associations here in New South Wales, Minister, when did you last meet face-to-face with the Master Plumbers Association of New South Wales, and who attended?
I haven't met the Master Plumbers yet. I've met the Industry Training Council, I believe, but I just have to check that.
Mm-hmm. And Minister, when did you last meet face-to-face with the National Electrical and Communications Association? Significant industry partners to government.
Yes, I've met with them just a few weeks ago, discussing in particular their plans for expanding their course offerings, and they're looking to do more on the South Coast, and they'd also like to do something in Queanbeyan, which of course appeals to me, because it's in the Monero electorate. So yes, I met with them a few weeks ago, and I am scheduled to have another meeting with them in conjunction with the Electrical Trades Union as well.
And Minister, just on another one, when did you last meet face-to-face with the Master Builders Association New South Wales? Thinking they're pretty critical to housing construction, agreed targets.
I've met with the builders, with the Skills Council, the leadership of the Skills Council, which takes them in. But this stage.
This would be Master Builders
Yeah,
Association,
no, I understand
New
the Master
South
Builders
Wales.
are, and I've
8,000 members in New South
and
Wales.
I've had a long association with them in the ACT region, but I don't know that I've had a specific meeting with them face to face yet. But I have met with people who are involved with them through the Skills Council, the councils.
And Minister, in terms of the industry associations wanting to meet the skills, the need for skills and training, particularly in the construction industry, together with with government, is there any sort of budget commitments or support given to these associations at this point, or partnerships?
Well, a number of them are RTOs, so they obviously get funding through the Smart and Skilled system, as is appropriate. So, but I think the specifics of that, the department.
If I might, Minister, we also have some grants for industry-led initiatives that are about women in construction, so specific to women's participation, attracting more women into the trades and into construction. And so 2 rounds of funding of industry-led pilots, essentially to increase the numbers of women in construction.
Would there be any plan in terms of industry consultation and the priority to meet with these associations?
Yes, absolutely. And I have met the Housing Industry Association recently. So yes, I'm keen to meet with all of those associations.
Minister, are you aware of some of the completion rates and the training that some of the the RTOs and the GTOs are providing?
Yeah, in fact, we get reasonably regular reporting around completion rates, and in fact, I think one report might have been released this morning. Is that on that one?
I don't think it. I don't think it.
much gets dropped on the.
No.
I mean, the
Well,
list.
it's
on the
interesting you
Tertiary.
say that
because- Minister, I did read today
National Council for Vocational
No,
Education and
74%
Research, so-
completion rates relevant to the GTOs, but.
There's a range of different courses. There's still the core of construction education is provided by TAFE, even so MBA and HIA still utilise TAFE for a lot of their courses. So it is a partnership in a lot of ways, and there is different reasons for differences in completion rates between RTOs and TAFE, and that comes down often to the different reasons why people go to the different institutions, the different characteristics of the student population. There's a whole range of reasons behind it. Our TAFE in New South Wales, I think, is leading in Australia in terms of completion rates, and we'll be continuing to work with them.
Yeah. So what are those completion rates for TAFE New South Wales?
I'll
And
ask
I
Ms.
just
Scora to
cite that,
answer that.
we've had today, as you stated,
Yeah.
I think the GTOs have said 74% completed their completion rates. What do we know about TAFE New South Wales?
So overall, our completion rates sit at around 48%.
So less than 1 in 2 students complete.
Well,
But there's a number of reasons for that, but
Yeah,
I'll come
no, I
back to
appreciate
those
it.
if you wouldn't mind.
So firstly, for us in TAFE New South Wales, we have to understand the context of our learners, and they might start a course, but their learning outcome is to finish a particular unit within that course. So, for example, to be able to get their white card and then go to work. That's their learning outcome, but that might then indicate that they're not completing. There are other nuances in the data around completions that Dr McNeil can speak to. We can do that this afternoon. if
No,
you
thank
prefer.
you. We would appreciate that, this afternoon.
That just clarify what those completions actually mean for our learners and why they differ from the private RTOs. Dr McNeil?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Ms Scora. If you think about that NCVER data that you're mentioning, that's a very specific subset of our TAFE New South Wales courses. So it's only related to the nationally recognised training courses. As Ms Scora said, that's less than a quarter of our whole portfolio of courses. And the other major factor is that they're also within a time frame of 4 years. So many of our learners, because we have so many people that come to us from disadvantaged backgrounds, they come from regional or remote areas.
Yeah. No, look, thank you. And look, conscious of your time and the Minister, so absolutely, let's pick that up this afternoon. That would be good. Minister, if I could just touch on the new TAFE Teachers Award. Is the award due to expire on the 31st of January 2024?
The award has expired. We're currently in
Okay, hence
negotiation
we are,
with
yeah.
the Teachers Federation.
So has agreement been met with the union?
Not at this stage.
So do we know what they're asking for? Like what's on the table?
Oh, look, I can ask TAFE, it's Tickle, to elaborate on this a little bit, but obviously we're having ongoing discussions with the Federation. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to talk about what each side has been putting on the table. Obviously our objective is to ensure that we get an award which helps us to retain and encourage TAFE teachers. One part of it, which I flagged earlier on, was the transfer of the large number of casuals and trying to achieve a few more people going to permanency. I'm quite happy to publicly acknowledge that that's part
will
of
they
it.
receive the same pay rise as school teachers?
Well, it's quite a different occupation, and that's not my expectation that they would.
A TAFE
With
teacher.
respect, but they've said in the Federation, in their press release, have said they're pursuing salary parity with school colleagues. So that's the ask from the union, is it not?
I'm not going to go into what's been asked by the union and
But it's public,
responded
Minister.
to.
I can give you the press release. They're talking about it. Why won't you?
Because I don't think it's appropriate to talk publicly about private negotiations between the union and us.
Has Minister, what's been budgeted in terms of trying to meet the pay rise, in terms of what's agreed, whether it's on par with the teachers or something separate? What is the budget provision for this?
We're subject to the government's overall budget and wage policy, which has been well discussed.
If I could just move to Milpera High School. And Minister, as you may be aware, New South Wales Labor's pre-election commitment relating to the Western Sydney University campus at Milpera must include a new high school. Minister, what is the latest on the announcement of a new high school on the Western Sydney University campus at Milpera?
I might ask, I've got a number of notes about Milpera High School and in terms of the relationship with Western Sydney, and I'm aware that there has been significant discussion with the Department of Education and presumably the Education Minister about the high school and education facilities on in the area. So I might ask the Secretary to address that.
Sure, Minister. Ms Merton, this was a line of questioning in the education portfolio, you may recall, and with our school infrastructure colleague there with us, we indicated that we were looking at alternative options by way of existing primary and high school provisions in the area, and we're of the view that we can meet demand with those existing facilities.
If I could just put again, parents are reporting the schools are full, and I appreciate this is a school-related one, and that demountables are not the answer. And I guess given that the site was at the university campus, the Western Sydney University campus, Minister, I'm asking you, what do you know about this commitment? Will it be met?
I'm happy to, Ms Merton, outside of the committee or on notice, come to you.
It was to the Minister, sorry, just with the portfolio responsibility here.
With the surrounding schools and whether they're at capacity or not, I don't know that I concur with your characterisation that they're at capacity. That's not the advice I've had from infrastructure, but it was in the Education Committee, and I'm happy to come back if you like and tell you the surrounding schools and what their population is.
Minister, have you been involved in any of this, given that I'm informed it was the Western Sydney University campus?
Yes,
which is what's the discussion point here, just given your portfolio responsibility.
Yeah, well, look, our involvement is that if a university wishes to sell or long-term lease any land which they've obtained from the state at less than market value, they have to seek permission of the Minister. They sought permission of a former Minister. Can someone tell me at what date that was?
We may have to take that on notice.
But
Minister.
it certainly wasn't while I was the Minister, and it may have been under the previous government. I'm not sure about that.
Does that commitment still stand, but today?
Well, no, once the permission has been granted, it's not you can't reverse it. Once the permission's been granted for them to lease or sell that site, that's from the point of view of the Minister for TAFE and Tertiary Education, that's the end of the story.
But then why was there a pre-election commitment from Labor to say that that site must include a new high school? Your candidate and now the local member is on the record.
Well, if there was a pre-election discussion about that, that implies to me that permission for that land to be sold was undertaken by your government. So perhaps you can answer the question.
Well, no, but I want to ask why your candidate and now local member advocated for a new high school that now is up in the ether. What's happened?
You'd need to ask the Education Minister about that, and as the Secretary of the Department has indicated, there was questions asked of the Education Minister during her estimates.
See, Minister, if I could just quote that...
Yeah, that's time, I think.
Sorry.
I actually have not seen any confirmation of that commitment being made, I have to say. So
I've got the quote right
I'm
here,
sure the
Minister.
Education Minister will
I've got
be
the
more
quote
aware
right
of that
here.
than me.
Okay,
Multiple.
order. Minister, we're seeing universities take action to address sexual assault on campus. How many vocational providers currently have a task force in place to respond to sexual assault on campus?
Well, as you're right in that the Universities Accord particularly has made it a high priority for universities to take further action on this, and one of the positive things out of the Accord, and I was in a Ministerial Council meeting on Friday on this, is that we will also be extending those obligations to accommodation providers, which is a really important part of campuses. From the TAFE perspective, we have a strong sexual assault and harassment policy, and I can ask TAFE to talk some more about that. And in terms of some of the discussion with the Accord is to what extent some of the Accord recommendations should end up applying to the vocational sector. That's not explicitly set out, but it's something for future consideration. And perhaps first of all we could talk about the TAFE part of it with Ms Scorer, and then maybe very briefly with the department about the rest of the vocational training sector.
So you might be aware that in May last year the Public Service Commission directed all government agencies to develop a sexual harassment and sexual assault policy, and for that to be implemented by March this year. We utilised the model sexual harassment prevention policy that was provided by the Public Service Commission as a template, and we've now released that policy. Ms Tickle might be able to talk about some of the detail and how we're monitoring that. But
so
we
is
have
that
the
for the department or for
TAFE?
For TAFE.
For TAFE
so
New South Wales.
So it would apply to each TAFE campus,
Correct, yes.
as well.
Yes.
And is there? So there's a policy out there. Are there any? Has there been a task force or anything else put in place yet to really sort of address this issue?
I'll direct that to Ms Tickle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Scorer. So we have a policy, but we also have a number of guides. So the policy covers students and employees at TAFE New South Wales. There's not a task force as such, but of course we do monitor through our channels the incidents of and reports of sexual assault and sexual harassment on TAFE campuses. But there are very guides that are very consistent with the PSC guidelines around how managers can support employees and teachers can support students if they're experiencing sexual harassment, in their personal life or on TAFE campuses. We also have a online module in our Moodle, our staff Moodle, coming out later in the year as well.
Is there currently information sort of readily available for students to know sort of how to make complaints and how to get support? What does that look like on campus? Is there sort of, flyers around? What's out there for people to know how to get help?
Yes, so the students, when they join TAFE, have an orientation, and that covers where they can get information around a range of policies and procedures, this one included. And we also have, for employees, a work health and safety hotline where they can report incidents, staff-related or student-related, to a hotline, and we encourage people to do that within half an hour of the incident. So we've got a number of ways that people can find out and access the information and guidance.
And is counselling provided as well as part of that? Is there how many of the TAFE campuses would have sort of on-campus counselling?
I would have to take on notice how many campuses have on-site counsellors. However, our counsellor network is available across the state through online channels, so digitally. Also, we offer EAP, employee assistance provision to all of our employees 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, as well as a manager assist, which includes things like this for managers in particular.
Has there been any consultation between TAFE and Our Watch, who I know have been doing a really good job of providing guidelines and things for this? Has there been any sort of direct communication between Our Watch and TAFE?
I'd have to take that on notice, Miss Boyd. We did have a lot of consultation with the PSC, and we also had, we commissioned an external review to our SASH policy to make sure that it met both the guidelines that the Public Service Commissioner directed us to do, but also the positive duty obligations under that we've released late last year.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was just going to note that changes at the Australian Skills Qualification Authority level to the standards for registered training organisations. So some early changes have already gone through which relate to what's called the fit and proper persons requirement. So that's who's allowed to run a registered training organisation, and some of those are directly relevant to this matter. And then the standards themselves are currently in draft, being consulted on, I think, for revision, and they include things like how you support and inform learners and things like managing complaints and appeals.
Yep.
So some work there in the national space on that too.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask, and this might be one for you as well, Ms Tickle, but in relation to the inclusion of people with disability, I understand in the latest annual report the targets in relation to people with disability and those requiring work-related adjustment have not been met, although they are close. There's been a bit of a decrease since the year before. What are you doing to meet those targets?
Thank you. It's interesting. So I think we need to understand that there's two ways that we record people with disability. So one way is the workforce profile report, which includes a percentage of people who complete the disability or the diversity and inclusion survey. So we're about 4.7% of people said that they had a disability in that survey. But we also look at it through SAP, and that's about, I think it's 2.4, but let me just check my note. The reason I bring that up is because along with a lot of other organisations, we think that there's an underrepresentation of people reporting that they have a disability.
Yeah.
And that's because they don't feel safe to do so. So one thing that we've done about that is working really well is through our Diversity and Inclusion Council, we have a number of staff networks, and each of the executive sponsors one of these networks. So Ms Score actually sponsors the Ability Network, and it has grown in membership extremely well and added some allies in there. So that's one way we are trying to make sure that people feel comfortable to disclose disability.
I think and I'm glad that you record both, because I think, and I've had this discussion in other estimates as well, but obviously the numbers of people requiring work-related adjustment is quite an interesting number compared to, so we have a lot of people who might identify as people with disability but wouldn't necessarily, request a particular work adjustment.
Yes.
But those numbers are still stubbornly not moving.
Yes.
What are we doing to move that number in particular?
Yeah, so as well as the staff network, which, as I said, is going really well, we also have the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which has a number of targets, certainly around accessibility and making sure that employees can access support when and if they need to.
Just on that, I've seen the 2020 to 2022 Disability Inclusion Plan for TAFE. Has there been a new one?
There's a new one in development at the moment, so we're currently consulting with, in particular, that disability staff network that I just talked about.
Okay. Why is that delayed?
We're doing consultation with the people with lived experience, which is really important to us. So we're taking our time to make sure that we are, I guess, not just making targets to tick them off, Ms Boyd, but actually making improvements that will make a difference to those people. And may I correct what I just said around the percentage recorded in SAP. At 30 June 2023, it was 2.3%. I believe I said 2.4.
Okay.
Can I just add, one of the important changes that we've made since coming to government is that there's always been needs-based loadings for students with a disability, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students and long-term unemployed. And in the past, you've only been able to get one. We've now allowed those to be loaded on top of each other. So if you have multiple factors, you can get additional loadings on your in Smart and Skilled. So that's been an important part of trying to make sure that there's more funding available for people who face particular challenges.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask a few last questions. I think the buzzer will go, but I'm going to be taking some of Ms Mihalik's time because she's not here, and then I'll pass to the opposition. Obviously the position of rural and remote students puts them at a disadvantage in terms of accessing tertiary, quality tertiary education. Do you support the idea of establishing what they call country universities in Hay and Deniliquin?
Country university centres?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd certainly be hoping that those, amongst others, are able to access some of the federal funding which is out there. There is the federal government did announce a number of funding for some additional country university centres. I think they called them country access centres, didn't they? So one of the things which I found a little frustrating in their announcement was they said they couldn't be co-located with TAFE, which we think they should be able to be. But in any case, we will be advocating for the federal government to play a bigger role in ongoing support for country university centres and for more to be rolled out. In fact, it was a really positive report on them in the Accord report, which suggested that they were well worth supporting. And I'm very pleased, particularly because the first of those was started by the Cooma community with no government help. Yeah, I think it ran on its own without any government funding for 4 years or so, and it was a great effort by the local business community and community.
It's going to give away that I'm actually asking a question on behalf of another member. But do you plan on reinvigorating TAFE campuses in the seat of Murray?
Yeah. Look, we have got some great TAFE campuses in Murray, and I visited the Griffith TAFE actually quite early on, and they're doing some really terrific work there in a range of skills. And Griffith, of course, is a really strong manufacturing centre in the region. So there's a lot of important training that's undertaken there. We are looking at doing a number of things which will reinvigorate TAFEs in country areas. I think it's fair to say that for a lot of country communities, TAFE used to be seen as a bit of a heart of the town, and under some of the changes that were made under the previous government, there's been a bit of a loss of confidence and loss of profile in those communities. So we're very keen, and I'm very keen to boost their engagement back up in the community, boost their links with local businesses, and make the local TAFEs in country New South Wales ensure that they're seen as the place that if you're a business, you go to first to talk about your skills need, to have people who are working with those. And I'm confident that we'll be able to do that. We're also have got $300 million, which is being spent on addressing some pretty significant areas of neglect in TAFE campuses across New South Wales. We've had campuses where I was a bit shocked to got an email actually fairly early on the piece from the Albury branch of the Labor Party telling me that students at the Albury TAFE campus were using their own phones for internet access because the Wi-Fi was so poor. So a lot of the Wi-Fi systems in our TAFE campuses were put in 2009. They're completely inadequate for today's teaching and learning. And we have a program in place to upgrade those and also to fix a number of older TAFE campuses to restore classrooms to working standards. So, it's basic maintenance work which should have been being done, but we're doing a catch-up job on that with a $300 million capital allocation, which was confirmed after the half-yearly budget review late last year.
So if that capital, that maintenance program is ongoing, I am curious now, has Gosford been included within that, or is the idea that...
That would be a separate capital
But in terms
bid,
of,
essentially.
is Gosford being excluded from upgrades in the hope that it then becomes a new facility, or is it still being upgraded?
TAFE could probably elaborate more on whether there's any work being done on maintenance at Gosford particularly, but I'd certainly like to resolve that longer term question before we spend a lot on the existing campus. But TAFE maybe could add to that.
I'd have to take on notice whether we're doing anything particular around minor works at Gosford. I'm happy to provide that. I'd be astonished if we weren't. Some of our minor works programs goes to issues like, for example, 30% of our over 1,000 learning spaces don't have air conditioning.
Right.
So when we're talking minor works, we're talking things that just make learning and teaching a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
And then there are other larger works programs that go to campus upgrades, dealing with heritage issues, dealing with the age of infrastructure. So we can provide that on notice.
Thank you. Final one. I understand that students enrol in TVET courses for Year 11, and when they want to change, they're not permitted to. And so what we end up with is a lot of places being vacant. Minister, would you agree that allowing students to change their TVET course or allow a longer time for course enrolment cut-off would benefit both students and the Education Department?
I'd be happy to talk a bit more about the crossover between high schools and TAFE, which I think has been a bit cumbersome in the past, and there's been some disincentives, but the specifics of that question I might ask the Secretary to answer.
TVET, Ms Boyd, is a really important provision in high schools and central schools, as you know, predominantly in years 10, 11 and 12, the larger numbers in year 11 and 12. And we acknowledge that when a young person makes subject selection choices in year 10, commences in year 11, normally there is a period in our schools, about 5 weeks, the first 5 weeks, to make any adjustments to their subjects. That could be maths at the school or a TVET course as well. And one of the things, Chair, that you may or may not know that we're proud that we improved, when a student undertook TVET, we used to take some staffing off the school, and it almost became a disincentive because they were enrolled outside the school. We've removed that barrier, so we don't take staffing away from the school, and that's been really welcome in our schools by way of encouraging students alongside maybe an academic path, alongside the vocational path as well. But normally, about that first 5 weeks of year 11, we provide a cut-off for all their subjects. And, you don't want to consistently be making changes. And that subject selection process in year 10, in the vast majority of schools, is very thorough. It's not just hand out a form, pick your subjects. It's normally you're sitting down with the careers advisor, transition advisor, year advisor, even in cases with parents there, to look at your, areas of interest, former results, and make good concerted decisions. I'd be worried as Secretary if we can't nail it down in those first 5 weeks and we're still chopping and changing, because that preliminary course, as you know, is only for 3 terms.
Okay. Thank you.
I was just going to add, for some of the vocational courses in particular, there'll be a volume of learning problem if students change too late to a different course. They won't be able to fit it in. So that may be one of the reasons for the cut-off.
Thank you.
And Chair, sorry to
right.
add one other point. The Minister just reminds me of a very good point, that from 2025, with a change from NESA, the New South Wales Education Standards Authority, our HSC students can count any number of vocational education subjects for their HSC. Previously it was only limited to 2, and now it's become unlimited from 2025. And I know that that's a really welcome development across the sectors.
And just one other bit of good news from this morning was that the federal minister announced approval to make it easier for secondary school teachers to deliver vet training in TAFEs, because previously they've had to go through the whole qualification process for a TAFE teacher. Our advocacy has meant that the federal, New South Wales' advocacy has meant that the federal government's now recognised that if you've got a teaching degree, you shouldn't have to go through that whole process again. So that's going to really smooth that ability to cross over and do things in both forums, I think.
Thank you.
Can I just ask about what that you just mentioned then about the federal minister? I haven't seen the release, but
yeah,
would that also...
It was this... Oh, no, it was 1 March,
Friday.
actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's Friday.
Would that also apply to someone who might have a primary teaching degree who might help with, say, literacy and numeracy courses in a TAFE, or is it just for secondary students?
The minister's release says it's people qualified to register as a secondary teacher, but maybe the Department of Education could clarify whether that's what the release has said, and I think that's what we were particularly pushing for, was those people.
Yeah, my understanding, Ms Mitchell, is it goes directly to secondary high school teachers. You'll know that vet is an area of staffing shortage.
Sure.
And so this removes their formal qualification requirement to, for example, a social science teacher to teach vet retail, or a PE teacher, qualified, to teach vet sports. I'll get that title.
Yeah, no, I know what you
right.
mean.
Yeah.
I guess my question, because I'm aware of at least one
Legitimate
example
question,
of someone who has a... I think this is just... Well, the chair's not here. This is just my time anyway.
Yeah.
I promise.
Yeah.
Yeah, Deputy. Oh, thank you. Deputy Chair, my apologies. No, of someone who has their bachelor in primary, but is engaged not to teach a trade, but to teach that literacy and numeracy component, and they then were told that they needed to go through that full TAFE teacher qualification.
We do have, and you may recall again in your time, we do have a growth in primary teachers being employed in secondary schools to deliver literacy and numeracy.
But I mean the...
I understand the point you're taking. My understanding of this is that that's not included, but we'll come back to you.
If you take that on notice,
Yeah,
only
take
just
that on
because
notice.
it's something that has been raised with me that, to
Yeah.
your point, someone who has a bachelor degree, but it's less enticing to then go and do another qualification when they've already got that skill.
Exactly.
But if you could take that on notice, that would be useful. Just segues into the next part. I just wanted to ask, picking up on something you said earlier as well, Minister, that a strong focus for you in terms of the trade shortage issues is making sure that you've got skilled teachers there to be able to teach it. I appreciate this announcement will help that, but by your own admission, that's from the federal government. What else are you doing
on our advocacy?
in terms of but my point is that's a decision that they've made, not you.
Only because they control those national bodies,
I understand
as you know.
but what are you, when you say you have a strong focus on getting the teachers there, can you tell me, in your time as Minister, what you've been doing that's new, that's different to get those teachers, particularly in those areas where we know that there's skill shortages in terms of trade?
Well, I did mention one before in the Pay to Earn program, which was running before I became Minister, but that's something which is producing really good results. In fact, I think I saw a figure yesterday of the numbers that we got in the most recent round of that.
If you want to
70.
provide.
68. They actually started yesterday, and we have, out of that 68, we have 10 teachers studying in carpentry, 10 in electrotechnology, 7 in plumbing and 7 in heavy vehicle, as well as 2 in Aboriginal health. So it's spread across the board, but certainly those skill shortage areas are where the concentration is. They range across the state as well, so we've got some teachers going into Broken Hill, some into Wollongbar in the north, and of course some in Western Sydney in particular for carpentry and electro. So Paid to Learn is actually 139 scholars have graduated. We've got a 96.5 completion rate of this program. I could talk about this all day. It's
we
very
might come
important.
back this afternoon. We might have plenty of time. When did that program begin, though? You said you've already had 139 scholars, so that...
Yeah, so from memory, it was... we did a pilot late 2022, and then we continued cohorts all through last year, and our most recent cohort started, as I said yesterday. So an estimated just over 27,000 teaching hours have been added from the teachers so far. So it is very successful. We fast track the teachers through the TAE, and the concept of the program is we actually pay them to complete the qualification, which takes away the issue we had with attracting them from highly paid trades like plumbing and construction, that sort of thing.
Sure. So, Minister, that is a trial, and the impetus of that program started before your government.
Mm-hmm.
So what else have you been doing that's new if this is a strong focus for you?
Well, firstly, can I say that I'm not one of those people who believes that you need to come in and ditch all the previous ideas. If there's good things there, well, let's keep doing them and boost them up. So that's important that we continue to boost that up. But the other important thing is one of the focuses that we talked about before, which is that conversion from casuals to permanent. That is a strong focus for this government. We've seen that in the teaching space in high schools and primary schools. And it'll take us a bit longer because it's a bit more complicated with TAFE, but that's one way of trying to ensure that we retain teachers and provide an attractive option for them to come into TAFE.
So what kind of numbers are you trying to target into? And you might have said that before, I might have missed it. But
I didn't give you a specific target. That actually is currently the subject of some of our discussions with the Teachers Fed in terms of a target. But we have, as I said before, a very large number of teachers who are on casual. Got a figure for that, and you can assume that we would be seeking to offer a number of those who've been in those positions for some time, and over time, because it is more costly. So we will have to do this over a period of time. But how casual teachers at the moment?
Yeah, so June 2023 FTE, we had 2,514 part-time casual teachers, as we call them. But we are, as the Minister has said, steadily decreasing that number by moving more of those people into permanent roles. Actually, we had quite a lot of our advertised roles, which I talked to you about before, have been taken by current casual teachers. So a lot of our internal employees are getting these new roles. I think in terms of targets, what I might point out as a former casual teacher myself for 10 years, it is interesting because you can have 4 teachers teaching across a full-time load. So as you'll appreciate, we're going skills area by skills area, determining how many teachers we actually need, and then running a streamlined recruitment process so it's fair for all 4 of those teachers, Miss Mitchell, to get the roles in the permanent workforce.
Okay, thank you for that. I also just wanted to go back to, Minister, you said before, I think in a question from Ms Mihalik, that you're doing a statewide assessment of TAFE campuses now, the courses that are being delivered, and potentially where you need additional courses and maybe where some are superfluous. Can you just tell us what that process is involved, what's involved in that?
Essentially, we're trying to match, we're trying to do a regional assessment of skills demand and match that to what we have available in the TAFEs for each area. We'll look at all of our 156 campuses, trying to ensure that we are working out which of those campuses can be utilised to a greater extent. You'd be well aware, I think, that there's a number of campuses that have vacant space, vacant land, so we need to just work through whether there's opportunities for other like-minded groups, organisations, perhaps community training or so on, to actually come in and share, or country university centres and things like that. So perhaps
just not the federally funded ones, because they don't want them on.
Yeah, well, no. Well, we're hoping they'll change their mind on that. It's a silly rule, I would have thought. Yes.
So what's the time frame? So I just want to be clear. So the assessment, that's obviously being done internally by TAFE. And
I'll ask Ms Scora to give you the time frame on that.
Yeah, so we're doing a piece of work, campus master planning, effectively. So the master planning sits alongside the training portfolio strategy that I mentioned earlier, which tells us where is the forecast skill needs across the state over the next 3 to 5 years, because we want to be able to plan for campus utilisation and campus infrastructure that meets those skills needs. Alongside that, it's important for us to think about what's actually happening in our local community, because firstly, we want to be able to be responsive to what community wants and needs, what's their aspiration for TAFE New South Wales in their community, and what specific skills demands might be relevant to that local community. Is there inland rail? Is there a hospital being built, that sort of thing, that we want to factor in, so that when we're looking at our campuses, we're thinking about how do we plan delivery, how do we plan learning and teaching over the next 3 to 5 years that will make best use of the infrastructure we've got. Where do we need new investment? Are we aligned with where that demand will be? And how do we make sure that we're in step with where community need is as well?
So what kind of consultation will you do with local communities as part of that process?
So this sits well with the piece of work that we've done most recently and is continuing, TAFE Connects. So we put a public survey out through the government channels to ask anyone in the community to tell us what they wanted from TAFE, what we were doing well, what we weren't, how we could change. And the next step of that is to go and talk to local communities across the state about how they feel about TAFE, what we could do differently, as well as all of the local intelligence we get from teachers. Teachers are well connected into their local industry, their local community, and how we connect that with other sources of information that we have from our customer and stakeholder relations teams, our business development, and bringing that all together so that we're looking at the big picture of where training needs are, skills needs are across the state, but we're also connecting that closely with what does community need from us and how do they want us to use the infrastructure well to serve them.
So will that consultation happen in every one of those 156 communities where you've got a TAFE campus?
We mightn't
I
go
know
to,
that's a big ask, but
we
I
mightn't
just-
go to every, but
Yeah.
we're certainly trying to get progressively to every location, yes.
Okay. And would there be engagement, and I appreciate what you're saying in terms of teachers being connected, and I agree with that, but also I guess with local council, local business
Absolutely.
and employees, that's part of the plan?
That is absolutely what it's
Okay.
about, yes.
Okay,
Because what we've heard is that over time, we've lost that connection as TAFE New South Wales, and that connection for what we do in serving communities, particularly serving disadvantaged students, that connection is so critical for us to understand and be part of. And so we really want to invest in our time and effort in making that connection again.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to some of this in a little bit, but I just want to turn back to you, Minister, and the National Skills Agreement that was signed last year, I believe. Yep, end of last year. So I'm keen for some more detail. Obviously, I know that you've announced in coordination with the federal government more than $1 billion of additional funding, and your media release talks about investing in TAFE centres of excellence, boosting foundation skills in language literacy, numeracy and digital literacy, and closing the gap in educational outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. But can you tell us in a bit more detail how exactly this will be rolled out and what it will mean in practice for New South Wales?
Okay, so there is 3.81 billion over 5 years. So there's $2.8 billion of that is in guaranteed funding, so essentially equivalent to the existing funding arrangements as a baseline. And that's giving us some longer term certainty over that. And then there's around $1 billion over the 5 years in additional funding. So we'll get a component of this at existing base funding levels, as long as we meet threshold conditions, which include giving 70% or more of funding to TAFE or via TAFE, continuing support for no or low fee access to foundation skills, and commitment to a stewardship model. The additional funding we will be accessing by meeting a number of the target areas, so working through some of the target areas in the commitment. So that's things like our closing the gap outcomes,
Yeah, and that's what I asked
literacy
about.
and
But I want to know,
numeracy completions and that sort of thing. Yeah.
So that's part of the agreement to get the money from the federal government and to get that additional money, which I understand.
Yeah.
But what I'm interested in is what are you going to be specifically doing in order to meet those targets and agreements so that that money does flow into New South Wales? What's going to be different or new in order to achieve that under the new agreement?
There will be a number of different things. I guess one of the most obvious ones is that we'll be seeking to leverage the commitment on the Centres of Excellence, to leverage the component that the Commonwealth has on Centres of Excellence. So we'll be looking at specific programs which help us to either match funding with the Commonwealth or leverage back. And I might ask...
what kind of programs? I'm happy if Ms Reid can...
Yeah, so we're working with the Commonwealth and with other states and territories on the shape and nature of those programs. across those areas where there's specific priority reform funding, there are different conditions or expectations attached to those fundings. So if we took Closing the Gap, for example, that one is about $52 million over 5 years, but obviously there's a really strong intent in the commitment to work with Aboriginal stakeholders, and I think there's a roundtable in, I want to say a couple of weeks' time actually, to sit down and to talk with Aboriginal peak organisations and Aboriginal providers to understand the types of activities we want to put in place to then access that funding.
Okay. So, but in terms of, and I will use that one as the example, what sort of timeframes have you got or targets do you need to meet from the federal government to get that money? Is that going to be made public, and how the government's tracking in terms of meeting that expectation?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if they intend to make the specifics around the individual reform areas public in terms of what have they agreed with each state, but there's also the development of a performance and outcomes framework under the National Skills Agreement that will be public. That'll be backed up by a national skills plan, and also the Minister mentioned earlier the New South Wales skills plan. That gives effect to the targets and performance measures and outcomes that'll be in that framework.
When will
and
that
how
be
we'll
public?
report about them.
What kind of time frame are you
It's
working on?
within 2024.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, fine.
And then in terms of the literacy numeracy component, what are some of the suggested programs or ways that you're going to meet that?
Yes. Do you want to?
No.
Yeah. So we've been discussing with the Commonwealth how we might support the adult and community education sector that we have in New South Wales better. So we've taken them a range of measures. We're still in discussion with them on the parameters of funding for that, but yeah, definitely good support for a sector in New South Wales that's really highly performing, and actually enrolments up in that sector recently, and also really high completion rates in New South Wales for adult and community education. So really wanting to seek to direct some of those funds towards both additional delivery but also potentially sector development in that space.
Okay. Is it possible to get, and I'm happy if you need to take this on notice, but a breakdown of that additional 1.055 billion for those areas? I think you just mentioned Closing the Gap's got 52 million. Is there a breakdown of how much potential money can be allocated for those particular areas of agreement?
I can give you that now,
if you've got it,
but it's indicative because across those priority areas, it could be that states, for Closing the Gap, states with higher populations of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people might seek some additional funding, and states in other areas might, there might be some movement in those. But so about 700 and, where's my number? 750 million, I think, of the 1 billion extra is in what's called flexible funding. So that's really funding that, subject to the conditions the Minister outlined for that kind of base funding, can be accessed depending on if there's a kind of sliding scale based on the state budget and the contribution of the Commonwealth kind of layers on top of that. Then on top of that, that's the reform areas. So if we took a population share approach, and as I said, that might be subject to some movement, the foundation skills would be 22.8 million across 5 years. The TAFE support in the training sector, that includes Centres of Excellence, Vet Workforce Blueprint and other activities, would be 152.6. Closing the Gap will be a little bit over 52. There's some money for enhanced vet data and evidence, so systems work to improve the timeliness of vocational data and reporting. That is 14.5, and then some targeted fund on improving completions, particularly for priority groups, and that's just a bit over 73 million.
Thank you, Ms. Reid. Minister, can I ask you, just pulling out the 22.8 million roughly, and I appreciate that there's contingency around that, to boost the foundation skills, does that seem like enough to you? I mean, if people don't have those core literacy and numeracy skills to complete their courses, or that is part of maybe why the retention rates could have some further improvement, is that enough money?
Oh, well, it's in addition to work that's already been being done in the sector, obviously.
Right.
So, you would have sat there and obviously said, no, Commonwealth would always like more money for some of these things. But I think the adult and community education sector has certainly been as as Reid mentioned, has been kicking some goals in their results, and we're looking forward to working with them more on this space. But we've also got a range of other areas where the basic skills are being delivered, obviously through TAFE, through existing programs. That's the really substantive part of that delivery. There is others which are funded, which come through specific programs for migrants that the federal government funds. We've had a bit of argument over where that's being delivered, so there's a number of other buckets, I suppose, where some of that basic skills funding comes out of, and I'd still expect it to be a key component of the rest of the TAFE and skills core programs that we deliver.
I think there's also additional funding and a restructuring of how the Commonwealth deliver their foundation skills. I forget the name of the program, but that's not contingent on New South Wales sort of doing anything or any co-contribution from New South Wales, but I'm fairly sure there's an uplift in
some direct contracts.
in their contribution in there as well.
Okay. Thank you. And then also I just wanted to ask, and you mentioned it before a little bit, Ms. Reid, in terms of the flexible funding, but again, Minister, your media release talks about priority in terms of delivering skills for critical and emerging industries, and you talk about clean energy, net zero, care and support officers, care and support services, and advanced manufacturing, a range of others. So again, is there any detail in relation to how this new agreement will help with delivering in those emerging industries?
In general, yes, there's particularly a focus on the renewables and net zero, and that's a very strong focus for the Commonwealth Centres of Excellence funding, and we would be expecting to be able to assist the Commonwealth in delivering that with one of our centres, particularly, or possibly Hunter, but yet to be seen. So there is a number that are quite strongly tied to particular of those industries, but Ms. Reid might.
Yeah, there's a set of priorities that are that were agreed, I think, by National Cabinet ahead of the skills agreement itself being signed. Net zero, as the Minister said, care, digital skills, there are a few others as well. And so across the initiatives you'll see that, for example, as the Minister said, the Centres of Excellence looking to kind of focus in on those priority skills. The Commonwealth also announced some extra pieces sort of around the edges of the skills agreement, so the fee-free TAFE programme, also the course list for that kind of narrows in on those national priority areas, while also broadly looking at areas that are in demand. And there's also an additional commitment related to the Centres of Excellence to do with higher apprenticeships. And again, they're looking for those to be in those areas, particularly net zero transition and those kinds of fields. Okay, so there's another industry called out in your press release, Minister, talking about food security, and obviously that's critical. What should we expect in that space in terms of delivery?
It's obviously, the agricultural side of it, food security is not a component of our manufacturing centres of excellence, but it is an area that's very important in regional New South Wales, obviously, and at this stage I haven't got any specific things to go with the Commonwealth, but it's an area that obviously I have a fairly long-term interest in, I'll be keen to see.
Yes. Well, and I appreciate that, but I guess it's been called out in the media.
Yes, it has, because it is a focus that they've...
As it should be.
Yeah.
So you'll take that on notice and come back with some more specifics around that? Okay, thank you. Just moving on to the Northern Rivers area and acknowledging that it's been just over 2 years since the flooding up there. Can you give me an update in terms of what's happening with the restoration of the TAFE in Lismore?
Yeah, and I recently visited Wollongbar TAFE and Lismore campus, the flooded campus, with Janelle Saffin, who's, of course, always giving us a very strong view from the community there, as you'd expect. We are looking at options for... There's a strong recognition that even though that's a potentially flood-affected site, that it's important to have a TAFE presence in the Lismore community. So to date, the work that's been done on the flood-affected site is restoration of the heritage buildings, which has been undertaken with insurance money that came from the government self-insurance, as I understand it. that's getting that to that older facility there to a state where that will be able to be used again. There'll be a number of buildings on that site which will be demolished, which and it's not practical to use. We are currently considering
because of the damage, they're beyond.
Damage and also whether or not it's sensible to put expensive equipment back in potentially flood zone areas.
Yeah.
So part of the consideration at the moment, the courses are being delivered at Wollongbar and also at Southern Cross University as a temporary consideration. We have been going through a process of trying to plan what mix of courses, what's reasonable to be delivered in the on the Lismore TAFE site that can be either quickly relocated or doesn't result in the loss of machinery and equipment in a future flood, and then what might need to go to Wollongbar. So there will be some changes in course delivery on the site. We've been discussing those with the TAFE community users and the local member, obviously, and we are currently undertaking the detailed business case for where that might go, and I'll ask Ms. Scora to elaborate on that.
Sure. One of the things that, in visiting that site myself as well, is, as the Minister has said, the TAFE campus is located in such a critical part in the centre of town.
I've been there too, if it helps you, so I know.
And so we do acknowledge that having something of TAFE there is really important. But given the propensity for flooding, as the Minister has said, relocating delivery there that includes expensive equipment is something we need to carefully think about. But having general learning spaces there and being able to offer learning that doesn't require those specialist equipment is something we are looking at. We also want to and are building in an Aboriginal cultural centre to acknowledge the connection of the place with the local Aboriginal community and to provide a place for community to meet, given the location. So we're still working through exactly what that would look like. Visiting the surrounding campuses as well. There is certainly, Wollongbar's a big campus, but there is a sense, and if you've spoken to anyone on those campuses up there, that restoring something in Lismore is actually important for healing. And there is still that sense of grief of teachers and learners who've been displaced. And so going through the process of just even having something back in Lismore that has meaning, we're very much aware of. So that's something we're closely thinking about.
So I think I'm clear, but just to make sure that I am. So what you're looking at is some sort of refurbishment of the existing site to keep a presence there, but you might move some courses to Wollongbar or somewhere else, whereas if you did have another flooding event, you wouldn't have the same kind of level of damage to equipment and the like. Okay. And then I guess just in terms of courses offered, is it the intention to continue to still offer the same courses that were there pre-flood, but potentially some move to Wollongbar TAFE? Or
Yes. And that's how they're operating now. They've moved to those other campuses. So it would mean we'd shift in what would be an ongoing offering in Lismore. But acknowledging that Lismore to Wollongbar mightn't seem very far for a Sydney-sider. But that's
I'm a country girl, so
I
know what you mean.
So it's a big deal.
Some people it may well be the equivalent of a few hours away.
There's not a bus that's easily got on, all those sorts of things. So we
Yeah.
absolutely acknowledge that. So we need to think all of that through in the longer term.
And what's the time frame? And I appreciate that these are sensitive.
Again, that's actually something that's in the current budget consideration for 24-25. So I'd expect that we will have a firm plan in the community and resources to put it all in place this year.
Okay, so post-budget there might be more information about a time frame and what you'd be looking to take. Okay, thank you. Moving now to, and it's kind of going back a little bit to what we were speaking about earlier in terms of courses being offered, and I want to particularly focus on regional areas. You mentioned, and I know you talked about different programs to help with your staffing, particularly of areas or courses where you've got high demand. But is there anything happening in terms of regional campuses, particularly in terms of getting more staff on to be able to deliver some of those in-demand courses?
A lot of the focus, as you heard before, our intake there of the paid to learn included teachers in Broken Hill and some regional campuses, but we're very conscious. So I've had, for instance, a number of emails from Clayton Bar about waiting lists for courses in the Hunter, and particular in important industries there, and we're seeking to use the paid to learn and other avenues to increase the number of teachers in that area to cope with that, and also working with the students on getting them into appropriate courses. So I've certainly been hearing that, and TAFE is working to try and overcome some of those shortages in particular areas. We recognise that a very large part of the delivery, the importance of TAFE often is regional New South Wales, where we're the only training provider in many areas, and take that responsibility very seriously. And Ms. Scora, do you want to add to that at all?
What I would acknowledge that we often, and most often the case, that we can't offer something in a smaller community because the enrolments are very small, and being one of only 2 learners in a class isn't a great experience for a learner, but is often, as you're alluding to, that because of the teacher availability. We do try and maximise where teachers have capacity to travel and provide block learning in smaller communities. We try to do that. Our construction team in Western New South Wales won a Premier's Award last year because of the work that they do in taking construction teaching into some of our most remote communities. But we can't always ask teachers to be on the road for days at a time to deliver in remote communities, and so it's got to be done in partnership with their deep commitment to giving our learners the best experience they can, that we continue to invest in more teachers and utilise some of the facilities that we have invested in over recent years, so our connected learning centres and the option that they provide, alongside the mobile training units that can bring specific specialist equipment into a community for a teacher to utilise for a period of time to teach. So maximising those to the best we can, but acknowledge that we still have more to do to bring on more teachers in those areas.
Can I, and probably back through you, Minister, but one of the concerns that I hear from particularly local business, and I'm in Gunnedah, so northwest, but is sometimes the challenge of when there's a minimum number of courses for students, and I appreciate that you need to set a threshold somewhere, but you often have employees who have to send students to Tamworth or to Dubbo when you might actually have a core number, not of 1 or 2, but maybe 10 or 11 or 12 who are just below that threshold of being able to offer, whether it's plumbing or electrical or whatever it is. Are you, is that just a case-by-case scenario that a TAFE campus would look at? Is it actually better in this instance, which I wouldn't say is a remote area, to bring a teacher from Tamworth to Gunnedah rather than send carloads of students from Gunnedah to Tamworth? And this is one local example that literally was raised with me last week. So I'm curious to know, how do you manage that in terms of a policy or a process?
Just as a general point, and then maybe more specific, one of the things which we've had some discussions about is whether, as part of our ongoing planning, we could look at areas where we don't have enough to deliver a course every year, but perhaps we could guarantee that we deliver it every second year or something like that, just to give some certainty for people about when courses might be delivered, rather than doing it on, saying, look, we don't have enough, sorry, this one won't be on in your location. Trying to give a bit more predictability. So that's one of the avenues that we've sort of discussed. We haven't got any final decisions on that yet, but perhaps Ms. Scora could talk about how we're dealing with those things at the moment and trying to plan for those.
So, as always, if there's a specific concern, I'm very happy to look into that. In general terms, we look at an enrolment number, and as you appreciate, when courses don't meet a viability test, we do redirect enrolments or look at alternatives for those learners. We would prefer to be able to run even on small numbers, but in our current funding and budget environments, that's often not possible. But in circumstances like that, happy to look at what the alternative might be.
I think back through you, Minister, in terms of, I guess, a broader issue, when you're looking particularly, I'm thinking about sort of trade apprenticeships, plumbing, electrical, those sort of areas where there's a high demand, obviously. I think some of the concern that I hear from particularly regional businesses is that it's too hard to put somebody on because you've got to have them go for hours away to travel. If you're a 16-year-old who hasn't got a licence, even something like Gunnedah to Tamworth is impossible. There's no public transport. And I appreciate these aren't new issues.
Hearing those,
but are there, what sort of particularly given the housing issues, the skills crisis and the shortages that we're seeing, is there anything for regional communities specifically that you might look at to help address some of these concerns?
Yeah, look, I certainly acknowledge those issues, and you're right, they've been around for a while. So I hear from employers and individuals about the difficulties in getting time away and travelling away, and accommodation costs for block release. So we are hearing about those. We will certainly look at avenues that we can use to better utilise those connected learning centres and the mobile training units to deliver courses closer to home. But obviously there'll be some where they have to go to specialised facilities. Hopefully out of our master planning process that we're doing there, we might be able to at least make sure we're matching as best as possible to the demands in particular areas. So that's, I guess, one of our key measures that we're undertaking to try and address some of those issues, is to try and match the demand and supply. I would expect that out of the vet review we will also have some recommendations about, looking at defining TAFE's purpose, for example, defining what our community service obligations are in a more explicit way, and some of that might be about remote and rural as well. So perhaps that's sort of future, I guess.
The only other thing I'd add is that in any course, but for example, in a plumbing course, not everything it needs to be done in a specialised training facility. There's a lot of the learning that can be done that is theory based, or that is learning WHS, learning other skills. And so, what we're trying to do is to free those up from classroom based to location based, those sorts of things that free up teacher time, but also give learners greater flexibility about where they do their more specialised training, partnering with local businesses to do learning in community, those sorts of things to just really give a better experience for the learner. That's ultimately what we're about.
Okay, thank you for that. I might come back to some of this afternoon, but just moving to a slightly different issue, Minister, in terms of TAFE assets, and I think you said earlier that there's obviously a lot of campuses that maybe aren't being fully utilised. Are there any planned sales, leasings or other disposals planned for this financial year for your campuses?
No, you'd be aware that from previously that we had a transfer of land from the old Bega TAFE campus for housing to the New South Wales, to another government agency to develop for housing. We participated in the government's overall asset, what was the thing called again? I've just forgotten the
Audit?
audit. Yeah, the audit of land for housing. So TAFE participated in that. There's been one transfer of land in the Illawarra to the police, which was an unused TAFE campus, but we don't have any plans for anything else at this stage unless something comes out of that audit. For the housing.
So you've provided through that audit, though, the campuses that you have that are underutilised, or your whole portfolio? What did you need to provide?
I'll just ask
the
department to clarify exactly what that was.
Yeah, it was right across government. It was anything underutilised and anything vacant.
Okay. How do you determine in terms of underutilised? What's your threshold for that?
Well, it varies across different class assets, is what I understood.
I'm just particularly for TAFE. I'm curious about how that works.
I'd have to take it on notice because I do know the school side where I was requested.
Yeah.
But unless Miss Scora's got it, we might take it on notice for what that meant for TAFE.
That's fine.
Yeah, we can provide it on notice, but certainly in the time since we appeared before the committee last, we haven't had any further ask and haven't made any further, provided any further information into that audit.
Okay. And then in terms of in the forward years, and again, I appreciate there might be something that comes out of this audit, but I guess I'm looking for any other planned sales, disposal of those assets in the forward years. Are there any that you're aware of, Minister?
Nothing planned.
Okay. Well, we'll see what the future years bring. In terms of expansions at existing TAFE campuses, which are undergoing capital works at the moment, what are the focus areas?
I'll ask TAFE to go through current. There's some projects which are continuing, obviously, which TAFE might be able to run through, and then I've mentioned a couple already today that we're considering in budget context.
Gosford
include-
being one, I think, now that
in
the chair's
Gosford,
probably interested.
and also obviously those whatever works we do associated with the Centres of Excellence.
Sure.
Perhaps TAFE could be more specific about.
Yep, that'd be great.
Very happy to provide some more of the detail of the particular projects. The projects that are underway at the moment in terms of our overall asset renewal program, we've got a optimisation of Coffs Harbour campus at 18.6 million. So that's focused on a new building for our creative industries and career pathways, including the adult migrant English program. Refurbishes some of the business studies section and consolidates a number of staff areas into something more simple. So that will be completed, estimated to be completed by the middle of next year.
Do you know when that began, that work?
Well, I couldn't tell you when it began. We can add that in for notice.
That'd be great.
We've just closed tenders for that. So
Okay.
we've got the work that's going on at Kingscliff campus. So that's $45 million, and that will provide an extensive refurbishment of the campus, a new multi-purpose building for horticulture, aviation and warehousing, a new classroom building for creative industries, animal studies and electric technology, and then we'll refurbish the health, community services and student services and learning support across that site, as well as improving some of the accessibility and disability pick-up and drop-off points. So it's if you've been to Kingscliff, it's quite a complex site, and important for us to refurbish that in line with the hospital that's being developed and in partnership across the road. So that's expected to be done mid-next year as well. There's the Northern Rivers Education, Training and Research Hub. There's a bit of detail here, but I'm happy to provide that on notice. We're doing some upgrades to Ryde campus, $4.9 million. That's some in Building A, mostly around upgrades to fire requirements to make that more compliant. And we're doing an upgrade of Wyong Animal Studies at $6 million, and that'll be finished later this year. And then we've got upgrades to our connected learning centres, which is the final stage of the $57 million for the connected learning centres. And we've just, as you might know, opened the Institute of Applied Technology and the Multi-Trades Hub in Kingswood, so that's been a significant project as well.
Thank you. Minister, can I ask you, do I still have 5 minutes? Yeah. Can you tell us how many new courses you've approved since becoming the minister or endorsed? My understanding is that falls under your remit.
There's a couple of different ways, but there's a number of short courses which have come in since I became minister, which I'd probably have to hand over for details. We've certainly announced a number.
I just want to know how many have actually been approved and started.
I'd have to take on notice how many have been approved.
Because there's a number that are coming out of those IATs that we talked about,
Sure.
and there's also a number that are coming out of development of, for instance, e-vehicle, short course type things and things like that. So there's a number of short courses particularly. Those nationally accredited courses take a significant amount of time to get accredited. So I wouldn't expect that many of them got through any stages particularly while I've been the minister, but that's one reason we want to speed that up.
Well, even if you could, and I appreciate you weren't the minister initially, but even maybe for the last, since March 2023, how many new? Happy for you to take it on notice.
Take that on notice, yeah.
Could you also potentially provide on notice what those courses are and if they're available in regional New South Wales as well?
Sure. A lot of those shorter ones are actually online. So,
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that would be great. In terms of the asset maintenance and the renewal program that you talked about before, I think you said there was a $300 million commitment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Over this financial year or over the forwards as well?
This financial year,
Okay.
I believe. Yep.
Yep. And then you mentioned Wi-Fi and upgrading those at campuses. Is that statewide?
It's at those campuses that require it.
Progressively,
and
yes.
Progressively. I'm not sure that we'll complete it all this year in the Wi-Fi space. TAFE can elaborate on that because there's a number of other pressing problems in some of our TAFE campuses with maintenance issues. But can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so specifically for Digital Access Foundations project is $37 million. So what we've done is focused where we've identified that there is digital disadvantage. So focusing on 28 particular locations, happy to provide those on notice, but acknowledging where there is particular
Thank you, and welcome back. We will recommence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I could, if I could just pick up with the issue from this morning relating to the Bankstown TAFE. I'm just conscious we've got a little bit more time. That's all. Just this afternoon on that. I was just there was some discussion about the relocation, and I was just wondering whether there might have been a little bit more to learn, just in terms of what might be the plans for the relocation, the timing, where to, communication, that kind of stuff.
Thank you. We communicated with our staff and with local stakeholders in the middle of December. I think about the 11th of December was around the announcement, to let them know of the government's decision and intention. We haven't got anything more formal and detailed than that as yet. I think, as the Minister said earlier, the overall program of work is still being outlined by Health Infrastructure. We're a part of those discussions. We expect that what we'll be given access to is the ability to procure a site in that Bankstown CBD area for our learners in the interim. I don't expect that we'd be in a position to looking at that until next year. And the other thing to, I think, really highlight is that any plans to change and to move away from that site in the interim haven't changed what we're delivering in that location. So we're not stopping things, we're not changing what we deliver. It's business as usual at Bankstown. And then when we come to transition point, it will be an interim facility for some years before we move into a new building.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of some of what are considered to be or listed as sort of state-of-the-art facilities at Bankstown TAFE campus today, that would be part of the relocation?
Well, what we'd want to do, yes, is we'd want to move where we could, the existing teaching equipment that is necessary. Lots of what we deliver at Bankstown campus is classroom based. There's no trades there, that sort of thing. So we're not needing to move large equipment and infrastructure. So it's a relatively modest ask in terms of move, but acknowledge that that's still a significant impact for learners and our staff.
Yeah. I mean, look, people speak very highly about the hairdressing facilities and
that's right,
and the specialty, and I guess they're
beauty
just
therapy. I've been told.
Beauty therapy.
Yes,
definitely need more beauty therapy.
So just in terms of continuation of
Absolutely.
that service and
Yes.
delivery, we're expecting relocation would cater
accommodate that. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And in terms of the relocation costs, what do we know on that?
I couldn't give you a quantum of those at this stage until we know what we're moving into and the time frame for that. Obviously, what we try to do is do any relocation out of our teaching period so that it has minimal impact for learners, but we haven't got a schedule or a cost impact for that as yet.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I guess just there's concern that the committed 1.3 billion for the new hospital won't sort of be it won't be also covering the relocation costs that are still unknown.
So our expectation is that as we work through this with our colleagues at Health Infrastructure, is that we're able to access funds from the program overall to cover the costs of relocation, and that the cost of the project, whatever that might be scoped to, includes the capacity to rebuild the facility that we need for TAFE New South Wales.
So possibly assuming that 1.3 billion is specific to the new hospital as opposed to the transition relocation.
Well, what I'm assuming is that whatever costs are needed to relocate us out of the TAFE facility at Bankstown is covered in the cost of what is being built. The question of how a new TAFE is being costed and built, I think that's a secondary question for Health Infrastructure to answer. I haven't seen their detailed budget proposal. But I certainly, if we're being displaced to make room for what will be an excellent new campus for us, then that should be covered as part of the cost of the build.
But that will be led by health. Is that what you're saying in terms of?
Well,
their
health has got the
redevelopment
lead in
site?
terms of the overall development program, but we're absolutely part of the conversation with them now to understand what their time frame is, what they need of us. We want to be able to, obviously we've got to prepare to move our learning and teaching away from there. There are other staff who work there. Our non-teaching staff work across the state, so there's an impact that we have to manage in that location. So we're working with them to understand their time frame and when we have to put those preparations in place. And we want to, as we outlined this morning, absolutely health has a role in communicating with the local community, but we have a part to play in that as well, and we've done that, and we will continue to do that once we know more about what's happening for the campus.
Just on that community consultation, what has taken place? And at when? I mean, is there a consultation framework that's followed in events like this? Or?
Well, so part of it will be that we will obviously work with health. They've got the lead on the project overall. But when at the time of the announcement last year, we spoke to the local council. We spoke to our local youth organisations who have a close relationship with the TAFE, with settlement services, a range of community organisations, to let them know of the government's decision and to assure them, as I'm seeking to assure you, that it's business as usual until we know what's happening in further locations.
Mm-hmm. So just in terms of the timing, just of the communication, given I think it was the New South Wales government made the announcement of the relocation site, I think something like the 18th, something of December or
somewhere around there. So
I've got it here in my good pencil. I'm just wondering, what was the timing of that community consultation that you just sort of touched on in terms of the local council and the local youth?
Perhaps if I give you that detail and notice,
Okay.
My executive director for that region had those conversations with his local staff because they have the relationship. So
Okay.
very happy to give that, but I know that that communication happened.
Mm-hmm. Mm. I mean, parents are just concerned about the disruption to
Yes,
current
quite
students,
understandably.
to future students. Is this going to be like a 5-year gap in learning and training for the Southwest after such a tremendous record of TAFE services?
Mm. No, I completely understand their concerns in relation to that. So our job is to, for the current students, to make sure that they have as minimal disruption as possible for their learning. I mean, we do works across campuses all the time, as we outlined this morning, and so this happens all the time, and so our job is to make sure that learners understand what other options there are for them, communicate with them, and if it's not possible to learn in the place where they have, what are the options for them, and provide things like assistance with transport, a range of other supports that help people come to their learning experience well prepared.
Because I guess the position of Bankstown where it is today is the accessibility of the transport.
Yes, indeed.
And, you know, for students that don't have cars, it's like,
Correct.
will I be able to continue?
That's right. That's right. So that's what we're trying to maintain.
Can I just ask, in terms of the temporary relocation to other facilities, is there any idea of what that will cost for the period of time? Has there been any work done on that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Would you, and I'm happy for you to take it on notice, I appreciate your acting here today. My understanding is that there was some previous work done for the former government around the potential cost of even the temporary relocation, and there were some figures provided. If that's able to be provided on notice, any work that has been done, that would be
Okay,
useful.
yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just pick up just on a similar point, that I also understand that work was done for the previous government in terms of some of the infrastructure costs relating to the identified site. And it was just looking at what the increase in traffic would be, what would be required on the roads. You know, some people are speculating it was several hundred million. If there was research or consideration done to that previously, that might be made available.
I'll provide what I can, acknowledging that I'm TAFE New South Wales and some of that information won't be available to me in terms of road and the broader assessment of the project impact.
I think it
that
was
would
managed
sit into it.
by your CEO at
Okay.
that point, so I think
Yep.
it would be very familiar to him. I guess just the absence of information, we're going, well, what do we know? Because there doesn't seem to be much sort of on the table today.
Can I just add one thing as well, Miss Merton? Earlier this morning, I think the school was quoted as 450 students, I think was said. I can tell the committee the school is 617 students. It's Bankstown Senior College, which was floated previously as a possible site. That's a very important provision that continues to grow. It is one of the state's provisions that has an intensive English centre. And I can tell the committee it's 617 students today and growing.
Yeah, thank you. That figure was actually from the last estimates. I think that came from yourself, Mr Secretary, the 470.
So, yeah,
that's fine. So
that's
I
why
guess the question was, has there been a change to that? And we're now saying there has.
Yeah, so
okay.
it'd be good to update that figure. Yeah.
Thank you. And if I think we touched earlier, and your colleague, my eyes are very bad, we were talking about completion rates, and there was more to learn and understand about what the TAFE structure and offering is. And I think we were talking about this when I was making reference, and I think the Minister cited earlier today about the announcement from the GTO or something about their completion of near 70%. I was just wondering if we could learn a little bit more about where TAFE is and what our completion rates are looking like.
Yes, Dr McNeil.
Thank you.
We cut you off this morning,
Yes,
Dr.
sorry.
Neil, but we want to hear from you now.
I'll take this away from my
Excellent. Well, I'm always very happy to talk about completions. If I start with just positioning us, there's the completions. When I was talking before about the limitations of the type of reporting that only looks at less than a quarter of our actual scope of courses. So we talk in TAFE New South Wales about student success. Ms Scora mentioned that some of our learners, the way our processes work, they enrol in full courses, even if in some cases they only want to undertake a specific unit.
Sorry, just to confirm, you said 4 as in number 4 courses?
Full.
No,
but
full,
sorry,
complete
FULL,
courses.
sorry.
Yeah.
So the data and reporting talks about students who've completed a full nationally recognised qualification, which is not our whole scope. And the other part of the reporting is that it's around learners who complete in a specified time frame, which is 4 years. That's what the NCBR data reports on. Because we have so many learners in TAFE New South Wales that come to us from disadvantaged backgrounds, I mentioned earlier about remote and regional learners, for example, students with disability, learners that they might be mature aged and they have carer responsibilities and quite often work full time as well. That almost guarantees that lots of those learners will not complete the course within the 4 years. So when we're talking about completions, at the moment, the latest data that came out in about August last year was from learners that commenced in 2018 and finished at the end of 2022. So many of those learners that started then are still completing the course. So that all influences how TAFE New South Wales completions might not be counting all of those additional learners who either take longer to complete the course or who in some cases don't really intend to complete the full nationally recognised qualification. They may just want to start and have a couple of units to begin working.
So can I just digging into that a little deeper, 2 parts. Is there a mechanism, so I think you mentioned before, and I apologise for my ignorance, but someone, for instance, might enrol in a particular course but they only they need their white card or so is there not a mechanism for TAFE to offer just that so that, not so your data looks better, but as a layperson, you would look and say, well, as I think my colleague said before, 1 in 2 don't make it. Now, the justification that you're giving now in terms of timeframes or specific qualifications does make sense, but is there a way to make that clearer or a better comparison of data so that we don't need a budget estimates to talk about that? Is there anything that you can do in that space?
Well, certainly what we know from our own internal data. So, for example, we can ask learners questions about what their intentions are through our internal customer voice surveys. And so we know from our own data, again looking at the 2022 completers, because that's the most complete comparison if you like, we know that 75% completed the units that they intended. But that's not captured in this national data set, if you like. That's only our internal data showing us that. So that means they knew from the beginning that they wanted to enrol in individual units rather than the whole of a long course.
Yeah. Did you want to add
Yeah,
something?
I was just going to back that in and say a group of states and territories did some work last year on completions and worked with NCVER on data analysis. And one of the things that came out of that work is there's actually, they found students who had completed all the units that they needed to get a certain qualification, but had never actually got the qualification. So I do think there's some work beyond just for TAFE New South Wales for the system and for the way that we report on and capture that sort of data, because obviously those people basically completed a course, they just never got the qual. So yeah, there's some things to do on that, and our student satisfaction, which is sort of broader than just TAFE, says the same thing. You get a lot of students at the kind of 90% satisfaction level for Smart and Skilled or for job trainer training, saying that they've achieved the outcome that they wanted.
So, but then would you, and again, I'm not far from an expert on this, but like if you know that people are starting with the intention of only completing a part of the course, is there a way to then rectify or change what you're offering so that you're offering what they want and not making them enrol in a whole course they have no intention of completing?
Yes, that's right, and this is where you've seen some of the emergence of micro-credentials and micro-skills that give people either the opportunity to learn but in a more truncated way and decide, yes, I might go on and do a Cert 3 or Cert 4 or do more learning, or I've got exactly what I need and I don't need to sign up for 3 years. So the emergence of that sort of learning is absolutely filling that gap.
And you might also we might find that fee-free offerings are often at the qualification level, and so we're kind of to some degree incentivising people to enrol
to do
in
the
that way.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they're getting what they need and moving on, which to some degree is a good outcome at least. But we're not necessarily as flexible, perhaps, as we could be in the way that we're able to structure those offerings.
I mean, I think the data probably does you a disservice by what you're saying in terms of what people actually get out of it versus what those raw numbers, particularly when you look at that comparison. The completion rates as well. Oh, you weren't asking. No, you were here. I wasn't. You it's fine.
And this is showing my limited background on this, but I'm just wondering, just in terms of sort of the group training organisations and TAFE, what's the sort of the interaction or how does that work?
So can I I was going to fill in a gap there. I'm not sure about the data that you were referring to before you said GTO or RTO. The registered training organisation is the training provider, so like TAFE or an RTO. A group training organisation is actually an employer, and so for their qualification, for their completion rates for students who are employed with them to be high is good, but some of those students may well be TAFE students. And
then those that aren't that are within a group training organisation that aren't TAFE students, they possibly have a training placement in the private sector. Sure. Okay.
Group training organisations, I'll just chime in, group training organisations employ apprentices and trainees, and the way they operate is they employ them and they then arrange for them to be hosted out with other employers. So there may be a building company that employs a group of apprentices, but they're actually employed through a group training organisation, and the group training organisation manages and kind of provides a bit of a sort of mentoring and support for those apprentices. They also manage a relationship with the training provider. So the group training organisations are probably saying they're getting better outcomes because there is that additional level of support there for their employees, which filters into whichever training provider they're with, as well as to their employment.
No, I agree. And that's very much consistent with some other feedback we've had about parents of TAFE students that are in a small business environment and feeling that there's a few sort of gaps there in terms of the small business provider meeting the ongoing training and learning relevant to that apprentice. So, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to say chair, but you're the chair now too. Rachel, we're just doing all the heavy lifting. I wanted to just quickly go back to the issues around asset renewal, and I think you have to take this on notice, but the Minister talked about 300 million, I think, in this financial year. Would you be able to provide any data around the previous 2 financial years, how much was allocated and also how much was spent of those budget allocations? If you've got it now, great, and if not, notices.
Notice is probably safer in terms of accuracy. So
that might be the case, but that would be fantastic. And then going to the new IAT that opened, I think it was last month now.
Yes.
Is there a final cost in terms of the building for that centre?
Yes, there is. Just a moment. Yes, it opened last month. So the IAT, the construction of the IAT and the multi-trades hub, so the vast majority of the space is multi-trades hub, $80.4 million.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any data on how many staff you've got there as well?
We can provide that on notice with the staff for the IAT are shared across the 2.
Yes.
So Meadowbank and Kingswood.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
There's some that will be primarily at Kingswood, but there are some, it's a staff group operationally across both sites.
Okay. If you could provide that on notice and, if possible, a breakdown of whether they're sort of full-time, part-time, casual, that would be fantastic. And then the CapEx in general for the Centres of Excellence, what funding envelope have you got for the 3?
So the funding for the Centres of Excellence is still being considered by government.
Okay. So I think pre-election the costing was 42.7 million, I think, but is that the envelope that you're working with, or that's still to be determined?
That's to be determined.
Okay. And likewise with staffing, I'm assuming that that's still a process that you need to work through?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And then just one more clarification around the 1,000 apprentices that I think, Mr. Collins, you were talking about earlier. And I think it was 250 that will start this year. Are you able to provide on notice where they will be based? I understand they'll be across a range of government agencies, but regional locations or communities as best as you can. Any information or data on that would be... Or if you've got anything now,
what I can tell you now is that across the 1,000, we're proposing 250 this year, 400 next year, and 350 the year after that. We were originally proposing 200 this year, but because of the level of enthusiasm, we've sort of bumped that up a bit. We're anticipating that there will be roughly a 50-50 split between metropolitan and regional, and I can take on notice once we get that first cohort in place where they are. We can provide an indication of which agencies and the like. We may not have, in a timely way, we may not have regional or metropolitan locations to report in a timely way, but certainly we will be over time reporting that kind of makeup. We're also within the 1,000 that we're targeting. We are targeting some particular groups. We're sort of looking for take up by mature age women and women returning to work, by Aboriginal people, by people with a disability, focus on people who are not in employment, education and training, long-term unemployed people. There will be a focus on refugees and asylum seekers, and also a proportion that will be school-based apprentices and trainees. And in taking information on notice, we can also take on notice the proportions or the targets that we'll be pursuing through that as well.
That would be great. And then is it possible to also get, particularly for the 250 this year, but if it's easier for the 1,000, that's fine, a breakdown of what trades and apprenticeships will actually be? Obviously different agencies will have different demands based on what they're doing, but even some more information about what are the kind of key areas that most of these qualifications will be, and if that's something you can provide.
Certainly.
Yeah, that would be
So
great.
what we will be able to provide to you immediately
Yes.
is what the agencies have told us they want.
Sure.
So we've actually gone out with our expression of interest. We've gone out with a list of qualifications. So not specifically a list of agencies. And in terms of recruitment, some agencies are recruiting directly. Others have asked us to work with them and to coordinate that. So we're coordinating for a proportion of the places, and we've advertised a list of qualifications, apprenticeship and traineeship qualifications. So we'll be able to provide you that as well.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. I think it might be over to you now, Rachel. Yes.
Thank you. If I could just pick up the issue of fee-free places. I'm just checking how many fee-free student places will TAFE have over the 2023 to 24 period?
Do you have that?
You might have mentioned this
TAFE?
earlier today and I missed it. But
Yeah.
So I can, in the last, for 2023, we had 115,700 fee-free places, but that's our enrolment uptake. That isn't necessarily how many places we were allocated.
So enrolments in fee-free places
Yes.
that represent.
We don't have the number for semester one of this year, 12,600, but we don't have the numbers yet from training services for semester two and beyond.
So I might just check. Are you specifically asking about the Commonwealth, the Commonwealth funded fee-free TAFE agreement, or are you talking about overall fee-free places?
I guess I was just asking about places within New South Wales TAFE.
So overall,
Yeah.
somewhat difficult to predict because there's the Commonwealth allocation of fee-free places.
Okay.
There's also entitlement for students to study under Smart and Skilled. So TAFE will have a number of places under Smart and Skilled that some learners will be able to study fee-free, and then also apprenticeships and traineeships where they're offered by TAFE are fee-free,
Sure.
and they're
So-
not capped,
Okay.
so there isn't really a number of places.
So
that
the
we could give you.
variation in number that you hear in those that you heard there is because of exactly what Ms. Red is saying. That if there is, as we experienced last year, an extraordinary interest in enrolling in across the board in those fee-free offerings, we expect that will continue this year.
But what we do know just from enrolments this year is 12,600.
That's the initial. That's the initial uptake.
Okay.
But it's early. It's still early days, and early days in terms of reporting in particular. We've got a long way to go.
And would there be sort of budget provision or planning for this sort of going forward?
So, yes, we have a regular conversation with training services about where we're sitting across those elements, and obviously when there are no fee-free places left in a particular course, then we are no longer able to offer fee-free training, and so we change the status of those. But ultimately, the vast majority of what we're providing at the moment is within those programs.
And do we intend to expand sort of the offering of fee-free places sort of in light of the current sort of skills environment?
That would be a question for
I guess you're testing demand.
training services.
Yeah, so the program that I mentioned that's part of the Commonwealth funding arrangements has a forward view across 2024 to 2026. They're looking for 147,400 places. As I said, Smart and Skilled continues to offer fee-free allocations dependent on particular learners. So, for example, if you're unemployed or if you have a disability, then you may not pay fees. And then apprenticeships and traineeships is uncapped. So where there's demand for someone to undertake an apprenticeship, they don't pay a fee at all at the moment in New South Wales.
Sorry, if you could just elaborate on that. So uncapped meaning they don't pay for an apprenticeship?
That's right.
So is it age-based testing, or is it means testing, or it's just an applicant?
No. So
There's no fee for an
For an
apprenticeship
apprenticeship or a traineeship.
within the New South Wales TAFE
Within New South Wales.
Within the New South Wales subsidised training system.
Yeah, and that's because they're such in demand, valuable. You know, that's construction and electrotech and plumbing, and then on traineeship sides, things like early childhood.
And are there any sort of specific insights sort of relevant to these offerings in regional and rural areas? So,
in relation to students in regional and rural areas, the fee-free allocation applies. We do have a loading for training providers in regional and rural areas. So in regional areas, and by regional we're sort of talking, I don't know, places like Taree or Lithgow, Bathurst and the like, and remote areas which might be Broken Hill, Tenterfield, areas that are more distant. There are loadings of either 10% or 15% on the subsidy that goes to TAFE or the other providers to additional funding to support their learning.
And that additional funding goes to the TAFE provider.
Yes. So it goes to the TAFE or the other provider who might be doing their training. We also, where regional or remote learners have to travel to access their training for apprentices and trainees, there's travel assistance. There's a contribution towards the cost of travel and a contribution towards the cost of accommodation if they have to stay overnight.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just have a look at the national training packages. And I understand that the breadth of TAFE New South Wales sort of course offering saw 178 courses suspended, and there were updates that were required to 1,545 units. I'm just wondering whether there might be an update on this space in terms of national training packages and TAFE New South Wales.
Yes, Dr McNeil will be able to speak to in terms of the transitioning training packages and the work we've done so far on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sure. I can explain to the committee about the nationally recognised training package qualifications. I mentioned earlier around the completions data. We have, because we're a vocational ed provider, most of those nationally recognised training qualifications we offer are dictated by the training packages. And so what we had, you're talking about the unprecedented demand we had a couple of years ago, the whole of the product development is what we call that curriculum space in TAFE New South Wales. We were established several years ago, let's call it 6 or 7 years ago, under the assumption that there would be about 30 or so courses affected by changes in training packages. And the peak of those changes happened in 2022 when we had 277 courses that needed to be adjusted because of those transitioning qualifications. I'm happy to report that that number has been reducing because there aren't as many of those national changes that we have to adapt to. And last year, 2023, we had 179. And this year we have, on our pipeline, we have about 65 or so of the courses so far, that's a calendar year, that we're adjusting because of changes to those training packages. So if you can imagine when new technologies come, the groups who do those adjustments, called the Jobs and Skills Councils, are the ones that liaise with industries to ensure that changes that are happening driven by industries are reflected in the qualifications, and then we need to adjust our qualifications, how they're delivered, to reflect those changes.
Thank you. And just further, were all courses that required updates or adjustments for the start of Term 1 2024 finalised?
Yes, they were. We have what's called progressive release. So if you can imagine there's a 3-year program, we don't necessarily need to use all of our resources to make sure, for example, electives have all of the slides and all of the learning materials developed right from the outset. The assessment materials are critical. The learners need to know what that long-term plan looks like. but we have a progressive release where all of the units that were required for delivery to start, and if we loop this back to our completions discussion, we know that the biggest completions risk are always the early units learners undertake. If they're going to be feeling like they can't cope with the course, it's usually at the beginning of that learning journey. So we invest more in those early units, therefore that progressive release that I mentioned.
Thank you. If I could just pick up, just in terms of the TAFE New South Wales annual report 2022 to 2023, there was a reference in there to the New South Wales government delivering digital skills to future-proof the hospitality industry. And I was just wondering, and then it went on to detail about apprentices and students studying Certificate 3 in baking and commercial cookery at TAFE. In New South Wales, Wollongong will complete technology units, and a pilot program will see first-year students complete a statement of attainment in personal digital technology. It sounds very exciting. Just checking, what is the projected cost of this pilot program?
Thank you. That's a great program.
Yeah.
I'm happy to
I should
provide
do it,
that
yeah.
on notice if that's okay. But that's really just part of the ongoing adaptation of our
digital
teaching.
offering.
Yeah, and that every industry, whether it's cooking or hair and beauty or in plumbing, is moving much more towards digital technology being part of work, and so we adapt how we teach to accommodate that.
Thank you. And if I could maybe just get, in terms of what the length of the pilot program might be pertaining to this?
Yes.
If that might be useful. And just another sort of highlight sort of out of the annual report was Women in Construction Industry Innovation Program. And it was talking about the Year 2 grant applications are now open. I was wondering if there was any data available to assess. Sorry, Year 2 grant applications are now open, and my question is there any data available to assess if Year 1 of the program has indeed resulted in an increase of women in the sector, in terms of maybe some outcomes of the first year of that program offering?
We can provide the data on notice. Certainly we've got a number of programs specific to TAFE New South Wales. That's one that relates to women in trades, and I know that training services with responsibility for the sector overall has a focus on that as well, which they've mentioned earlier. So we can provide that data on notice.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess, and I think this might have been spoken about earlier today, but just in terms of I guess sort of the construction industry and skills, that this sort of very much sort of fits in that space.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely
I think Ms. Reid might have made mention of that today. Thank you.
I can tell you that the government's got a goal for women in construction to have 15% of women in trade and non-trade roles by 2030 that we're working towards, and it covers things all the way from bricklaying, building design, painting, civil engineering, electrician, project management, site supervisor. There's about 20 different construction jobs that are classified under that.
Thank you. And what year was that?
It's a target to reach by 2030.
2030.
That women in construction will be 15% of the trade and non-trade workforce.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. In terms of a sort of strategic plan for TAFE, there was one that was launched, I think, in July 2022 under the previous government. I'm wondering if there have been any changes or elements of that strategic plan that the new government is looking at, or if that still stands as the overall plan for TAFE.
Yes, thank you. We did a refresh of that strategic plan middle of last year. Exact date I couldn't tell you, but yes,
I won't push you for that.
We've absolutely done a refresh of that, partly because obviously there is a change in some of the policy direction in response to a new government, but also just to reflect that TAFE is going through a season of change, and to reflect what our more current strategic priorities were in relation to that. So yes, that's all available.
Okay. in terms of some of the changes in policy direction with the change of government, are there any specific areas that you can provide more information on where things are different than what was in that original plan?
Absolutely. I think what we really tried to do in the refresh of the plan was to elevate efforts that will address the administration burden of our teachers. And so a lot of work on enrolments and offerings on elements of technology and other things that support teaching. And so that's a big focus for us. Some of the effort around community engagement and our relationship with community is now part of our strategic plan to give it the right emphasis. We've also elevated our efforts around closing the gap because we see for us as an organisation and the demographic of students that we have that we need to have a much sharper focus on that. So there's a number of things that we elevated. There's some things that we took out because we want to be able to focus on the right things in a strategic plan. But lots around teacher supporting teachers to do a quality job and continue to do a quality job of what they do and reducing the admin burden around them.
The last chair, thank you. So we just ignore the bells until you tell me not to? Okay. Good to know. And then I wanted to ask about the connected learning centres. I think the Minister talked about, I think there were 3. I know one was in his electorate in Jindabyne and I think Byron and Bateman's Bay last year, I believe. And I think there's more than 20 now across the state of the connected learning
Something like that, yes.
Has there been any indication from government or the Minister about expanding any of those CLCs, new communities? Are you working in that space, or is the delivery of what has been provided already the extent of it at this point in time?
We haven't got any plans at this stage for further connected learning centres. Yes, we are. The centre in Jindabyne is the last to be opened, but we haven't got any plans at this stage for new CLCs.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of I want to go now to the University Accord, so probably to Ms Reid. Sorry, I timed that well with you. It's all good. I can ask a really slow question if you would like to just give you a little longer. I'm keen to know a few things, but firstly, I guess just in terms of background, what was the involvement of the New South Wales government in terms of the Accord process? How were you engaged? How often were you able to provide feedback into the Commonwealth process?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I would say engaged in 3 or 4 ways. So the first is in that kind of formal process of submissions that happened
A while
I think
ago.
before the interim report was released.
Yeah.
So New South Wales did make a submission to the Accord. The second way was through ministers, both skills ministers and the education ministers. The third was through senior officials groups, and then the fourth was through the working group that we talked about earlier that worked on the gender-based violence action plan.
And then in terms of, I guess, going forward, and I appreciate, the Minister saying earlier that the final report's been released, but the federal government have yet to respond. But in terms of timeframes, and I appreciate, I think you said earlier, some of this work would focus on the federal budget. But I guess for providers in New South Wales, what should they expect in terms of the Accord process, some of the recommendations in here, the universities in New South Wales? What's that engagement going to be like, say, over the next 12 months? What do you envisage?
Yeah, so I think I've actually got time with the Vice-Chancellors and the Minister may have as well to talk through what they're seeing in the Accord report, what's their response, what would be their priorities. I think the Minister indicated he's keen to have a New South Wales perspective on that and a New South Wales government perspective on that, because of course they may not be the same things. We expect the work, some of the work is fairly straightforward recommendations that the Commonwealth, if they wish to, could enact. Other pieces of the work require a process. So, for example, the establishment of the Tertiary Education Commission called out in the report as something that they'd like to do in partnership with states and territories. So the framing of that piece, the scope of its responsibilities, I would imagine that they'd be working through the senior officials groups. They may decide to have roundtables. They may seek to have a working group like we did for the gender-based violence action plan. we don't know the shape of all of the recommendations and the timelines that they have in their minds, but I'd imagine there'd be some close work between states and territories and the Commonwealth on a number of the recs.
Okay. And then in terms of some of the recommendations around tertiary attainment, and I appreciate it's a federal report, but I'm interested in the New South Wales government's view or input into that. Obviously they talk about having more people have a tertiary attainment, whether it's a certificate 3 or above, but they specifically also talk about increasing the proportion of university educated Australians from 45% up to 55%. What sort of feedback or input did the universities through the agency have in terms of those targets at a New South Wales level?
So the universities also had direct engagement with the Accord panel, I understand, and they also worked through Universities Australia to put forward positions. And so in terms of the definition of targets, I'm not sure, I'd have to take on notice whether we specifically fed anything through from them. But I think it's really in line with Jobs and Skills Australia released a report recently that said, I think it's 92% of occupations in the future are going to require either a vocational qualification or a higher education qualification, and there's a kind of roughly 50-50 split amongst that 92%, and so I think the targets in the Accord report trying to drive towards that outcome informed by the data.
Yeah, okay. If it's possible, I'll notice any information about how the universities fed in through sort of senior leadership, that would be useful. The other thing, and I know, again, I appreciate that a lot of this is federal in many ways, but the Commission and that establishment, is there any concern that you might have, I guess, a disadvantage of New South Wales universities being bigger providers, being sort of long-term? I'm hearing early reports of some concerns about whether there would be a disadvantage, and I'm wondering, I mean, you might know more when you meet with the Vice-Chancellor, so I may be preempting it for you, but is that something that's been raised yet with the department in terms of concerns about how that will work going forward?
Can you explain to me what you mean by disadvantage?
Because if you have my understanding of the report is that the Commission, if it was established, would look at things like how funding's allocated, research. I think they're talking about partnering with other organisations as well, and TAFE, and that's great. I'm not trying to say it's not great with TAFE, but some of the more established universities in New South Wales, who are obviously a big part of the market already, I think there is some questions about, well, what does that look like in terms of their future viability and what they're doing in this space? And I just wondered if you'd heard any feedback of that sort of...
Not that I can recall specifically. I mean, I think universities generally would say a change to the funding model might be welcome, particularly if they end up with an increased funding allocation, but that they'd want to work through how the transition happened, the quantum, the change, what it would mean for them. They'd really want to understand that in depth. And that makes perfect sense.
And look, I to be honest, I think some of it is just that it's such early stages of the report being released. There's no formal response from government, but I'm keen to continue to explore that. So it might be something that we can come back to in a future hearing when there's been a little bit more, I guess, rubber hitting the road in relation to that Accord. I also just wanted to ask now, moving on to, or I guess back to, some of the recommendations from the Gonski-Shergold report, which obviously occurred a few years ago. Is there any updates or any view from this government in terms of Careers New South Wales and what is happening with that organisation?
That is a matter for the budget process.
Okay. Okay, I might have to wait then till the next budget estimates hearing. So, and then again, and Mr. Disdar, this might be one for you, or could be misread. But again, as part of that, there was recommendations around improving the breadth and quality of the vocational education in schools. And I know you mentioned before that change to the ATAR, which had happened under the previous government, but it's a good initiative and I'm pleased the Minister's keeping it. But is there any more in terms of provisions for vet courses in students in schools, any particular updates over the last 12 months that you could provide?
Yeah, so we're proud of the work that we've done around the staffing component that I spoke about, because that used to be an inhibitor. If you had a student go off to TAFE and undertake a TVET or a vet course, you lost staffing, so that's been good to secure. The ATAR part that we spoke about, and something that Miss Reid keeps briefing me on, and when I'm out there I keep seeing and hearing, is the Education Pathways program. That's been very, very successful. She could give you the number of sites, etc.
Yep.
That's been funded by the department
Mhm.
from our budget. So, given that it's a successful program, we continue to have discussions about making sure we can strengthen that and keep that in operation. In layman's terms, the way I understand it when I'm out there and see it in action is we're working in a group of schools. We're not just isolating that careers advisor. We've got good support around them. And in that geography, we're finding great industry placements, pathways for apprentices and trainees, and we're widening the horizons for the school by way of opportunity. That's how I describe it. And then we've got numerous students that are then the beneficiaries of that, as opposed to the school struggling on their own. But Ms Reid could tell you the number of
If
schools.
you've got any
and-
data around
Yeah,
that.
so
Yeah,
it's
that'd be good.
currently in 148 schools, but this year it'll go to 168.
Do you have any data, and you can take it on notice if you don't, but in terms of the number of students who are part of the program? It's fine if you want to take it on.
Approximately 64,000,
Okay.
which seems like a suspiciously round number. But
Yes, well, it is approximately.
It
so
is approximately.
It's available to the whole school in
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
context, yeah.
That won't
So-
include the extra 20.
That
That'll-
won't?
No.
Yeah, okay. Could you on notice maybe provide the additional 20 schools that
Yeah.
will be part of it?
Yeah.
That would be great, thank you. There was also a recommendation in that review around the Gonski-Shergold one around an income contingent loan scheme for students. Is anyone across that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
We so there is a BET student loan scheme already, but not. I think the recommendation, and this is from the dredges of my memory, was about providing loans for lower
Yeah,
levels
Cert
of
3 and
qualifications, so
4
Cert 3 and 4.
qualifications,
Yeah. We continue to work with the Commonwealth on that. That's
Yeah.
the Commonwealth program, and so we don't have any update on that
Okay.
beyond continuing to seek that with the Commonwealth.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that. Going back now to, I think there was a vocational education and training review and a skills plan that was announced by the Minister last year, I believe. So my understanding is that there was meant to be an interim report by the end of last year and a final report due by mid-2024. Is that still the time frame?
Yep.
Okay. And then in terms of who is on the review panel and how they were selected, do you have any information about that?
Yeah, so do you want to go?
Or who, I'm happy for whoever.
I can tell you who's on there,
You might
and,
have it right there.
you might
Yep.
have the selection.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Dr. Michelle Bruniges is the chair,
Mhm.
the Honourable Professor Verity Firth, and Jason Ardler. They're the
Yep.
committee. They're supported by a secretariat from the department. Miss Reid will have the details, but my recollection is that we gave a long list of names who we thought from the department would have qualifications and skills and capacity in this area to the former minister, not to the current minister. And it was through that process that the names were selected.
Yeah, okay. And
That's
then,
my recollection.
There were kind of two stages. So one was a long list of names that led us to the formation of a 3-person panel, but
Yeah.
then actually the names that are now on the panel were the recommendation of, this is highly confusing, a small panel of people who made that recommendation to the then minister.
okay, so then Minister in the previous government or in
The-
In this government.
In this
okay,
government.
previous
Minister, when it
minis-
was Minister Krakenthorpe?
Yes.
is that- yeah,
Correct.
okay. And not, they're all three very well qualified people,
Yes.
so
Yes.
not in any way
Yes.
disparaging
And then
that.
there's also a stakeholder reference group that
Okay.
informs and supports the work of the panel
Yeah.
with a whole range of people
Yeah.
on it, including Business Council and
Sure.
others.
Okay. Is there any remuneration for the members of the panel? And I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but
There is.
there's
There's
no
a
detail on that.
fee for service, so should we
Yes.
come back to you on
That'd be fine. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
assuming it's in line with
Yes.
other
It's in
similar-
line with government
Yeah,
requirement.
but if you could provide that on notice, that figure.
We're
that
happy
would-
to do that.
Thank you. And then how is the work of that review tying into the work that I was asking Ms. Scorer about before in terms of the TAFE strategic plan? Is there
Yeah.
interaction between TAFE and those on that panel, and what does that look like?
I might give you a
I'm
little
happy
bit of
for
coverage
whoever.
and then
Sure. Yep.
both Miss Cora and Miss Reid can give you more. I mean, this is a pretty pivotal and seminal piece of work because it'll feed into the skills plan that we've got in the department by way of pathways and skills. and it will no doubt feed into the TAFE plan as well, given the government's commitment around TAFE. While still refreshed, I think the beauty of plans is they've got to be dynamic and ongoing. You don't want to set them in concrete and lock them away. So I dare say Ms Scora's team is onto that. I know Ms Reid talks to me regularly about our skills and pathways plan in the department. So this final report, which is due middle of the year, will then inform both those pieces. Do you want to talk to the TAFE side of that?
I guess all I'd add is that exactly that. We'd expect that this, when the review report is released, will be significant for us. We've had the opportunity to make submissions and speak to the panel, as you'd expect, and to share some of the insights and the challenges that we've shared with you today and at previous hearings. So I think from our perspective and from what we've seen about their engagement with our staff, with local communities, with industry, that they've really got a rich perspective on TAFE's part in the vet system in New South Wales overall, and so look forward to how we adjust what we're doing to respond to that and take government direction on that.
Do you want to speak to the department's?
The one produced by the department obviously needs to be a New South Wales government piece, so it needs to reflect priorities across government. It needs to focus on, obviously the work of TAFE is really important because they're such a big part of the training system, but also other providers, adult and community education, industry partnerships. And then also it's a requirement under the National Skills Agreement that we have a jurisdictional action plan, and so we envisage that the New South Wales Skills Plan will be the action plan that we need to deliver. We talked earlier about the National Skills Agreement, that those priority areas. What they're wanting to see, I think, is that they're reflected in a state plan.
So that's the stuff around closing the gap and literacy, numeracy, and that we talked about earlier.
And those priority areas
like energy
that you mentioned, like energy.
Okay. So that's sort of how you'll capture what your requirements are under the national agreement through that. Okay. And then do you, Ms. Scott, I mean, and again, I appreciate it's in some way hypothetical, but would you hope that what the review determines is in line with your updated strategic plan, or do you envisage you might have to tweak that a little to align with what they come out with, or are you hoping that it's all in sync and you can just keep going with what you're doing? But
that would be lovely, but I think we'd always anticipate, as Mr Disdar said, that this is TAFE is a dynamic organisation, and it's a dynamic policy environment, not just at a state level but federally. Excitingly, TAFEs are at the centre of that, and so I think we'd want to make sure that anything we did in a strategic plan maximised our opportunity for TAFE New South Wales to get the best benefit from that policy environment currently.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me. I might hand back over to my colleague for a little bit and then I'll come back.
Yeah, thank you. If I could just pick up, just in terms of the apprenticeships that we spoke about earlier and the fee-free arrangements on those in terms of sort of the needing to boost skills and training here in New South Wales. I'm just wondering what the marketing or the public information strategy might be around that to try and sort of alert young people to the availability of this.
There's a variety of things that we've done around communicating the value of apprenticeships and traineeships. A lot of it's been quite direct with young people in schools. We use the Regional Industry Education Partnership Program as a means of building a relationship between businesses, employers and schools, and through that we've conducted a number of events that are about informing young people about the opportunities that are there, about the different industries. We give them taster experiences or immersions, and there's a variety of those that have been run. We also use we've got a very successful training awards program, and under the training awards we select the apprentice and trainee of the year and vocational students of the year, and those people who've come through that program, many of them work with us as ambassadors, and they will also get out into schools and to expos and to other events to communicate about apprenticeship and traineeship opportunities and other vocational opportunities. We've used our social media channels as much as possible to try and communicate the values. So we're funding different ways to try and get to young people in particular to communicate with them about the value of an apprenticeship and traineeship, and part of that is the fact that those pathways are fee-free, so that the opportunity is there to engage. And it's really important that we are doing that because, you know, the other discussions we've had today about skill shortages, we really need to continue to communicate about apprenticeships and traineeships and about contemporary views about apprenticeships and traineeships. That's one of the values of the ambassadors, that the ambassadors are effectively providing a kind of peer-to-peer communication about both what the program's like, but what the opportunities are in those industries.
So really a presence and an information within the school itself. You would be regular visitors to the schools.
So our teams have been working with schools
Yep.
and supporting them in different ways, but the Regional Industry Education Partnership is one way
Yep.
that we're engaging with schools effectively.
We talked before a bit about promoting women in construction and non-traditional trades, and so a good example would be the Trade Readiness Program, which includes the Girls Can Too program, which operates in the Riverina region, promoting careers in construction, and that's that Regional Industry Education Partnerships team trying to challenge those assumptions about whether trades is something that is only for the boys in the schools as opposed to the girls.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Thank you. If I could just touch on earlier today, the Minister alerted us to a federal government announcement in terms of meeting the TAFE teacher requirements by recognising school qualified teachers. And then it just makes me think in terms of the teacher shortage here in New South Wales. I'm just wondering, is there anything specific, just from the training perspective, that we're doing to help meet that shortage of teachers here in New South Wales?
I'll ask Ms Tickle to speak to it, but the program that the Minister mentioned, and I think Ms Tickle covered earlier, Paid to Learn, whilst that provides a financial incentive for people to learn to be a TAFE teacher and bring more people into our teaching workforce, it also provides a truncated or a shorter way to get a teacher qualification. And so we acknowledge that perhaps doing a full qualification over some years is not enticing for everyone. And so we are trying to work through ways, and there are mechanisms that the Commonwealth, in addition to the one we've mentioned today, is providing, acknowledging that across the country, teachers in vocational education is challenging. And so what are some of the barriers that we know exist to entry, and how do we get through those? So Ms Tickle might be able to speak to a few more of the efforts that we have underway or that we're aware of nationally as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, certainly. So it depends on the vocation of our TAFE teachers in terms of the industry experience they need, but TAFE teachers need a qualification called Certificate for in Training and Assessment or equivalent. What this new announcement means is that secondary school teachers who are degree qualified can teach at TAFE in areas, if they're teaching in vet, they can teach in those areas, but also in our career pathways and those sorts of examples, because we have Year 10 students and things like that come to TAFE. So one thing that this will be really great for is remote communities. So one of the vet review roundtables that I attended in the Hunter, there was a lot of conversation there around a community like, say, Broken Hill, where you have teachers teaching at the secondary school and teachers teaching at TAFE, and previously it was, I guess, difficult for them to meet the qualification requirements across and cross-pollinate, I guess. But this makes that a lot easier, and we expect that it'll open up pathways to teachers in areas that we need them. So that's certainly important. As well as Paid to Learn, which is a really successful program. I think the great thing about Paid to Learn is that we've built more wraparound services into it each time we've had a new cohort. So those people start with us, they come straight from industry, they're really fresh. We have an intensive sort of 12 weeks with them to take them through the Certificate 4, but they also get a lot of wraparound support. So they have a mentor, a current teacher is their mentor. They go into the classrooms sometime of their study, they study other times, they actually have a lot of exposure to the classroom. As well as that though, we've also done bulk recruitment across the state. So instead of sort of looking at construction teachers in Tertiary, where I'm based, or Western Sydney, we actually look statewide and try and place teachers in a statewide cohort. So we're doing a number of things. We've also had over the last couple of years some scholarships through Certificate 4 training and assessment as well. So they're people that haven't gone through paid to learn, but we offer them a scholarship in the qualification. So there's a range of things that we're doing.
Mm-hmm. And what do we know about what the current vacancies for teaching in TAFE New South Wales are?
So it's unlike schools where it's easy to sort of say, easier to say where the vacancies are. Our vacancies depend on TAFE delivers units of competency. So depending on how big the training package is, like plumbing, Certificate 3 I think has 56 units, whereas a diploma in management, for example, that I used to teach has I think 10 or 12. So it just depends on the range of units. And it also depends on our enrolments. So as we said, we've got a lot of opportunity in some of the skill shortages areas like construction, plumbing, electrotechnology, where the more teachers we have, the more students we can train. But in other areas, we're okay for teachers. So it just sort of depends on the units that need to be taught, and then where the teachers are located, and then our enrolments, of course. So the vacancy rates aren't something that we can track necessarily.
And just in terms of sort of skilled migration and discussions there between sort of the state and federal governments, is New South Wales sort of playing a role there?
Yes, we have some role in that, and TAFE New South Wales has our part. We have a role with international students who come to Australia to learn. A number of those through our higher education, because we're a dual sector provider, so through our higher education function, but also a tertiary function. But many students on campus are. And many of our campuses run the adult migrant English program that I mentioned earlier. So that's a significant part of the TAFE of a TAFE campus across many of our locations, and it's obviously a pathway for migrants to get English skills, but then pathway into other aspects of vocational learning. So yes, absolutely, it's a big part of TAFE New South Wales.
Yeah, and look, and I understand in 2022. New South Wales had over 47,500 Aboriginal vet students in New South Wales, and over 7,000 Aboriginal apprentices and trainees. I'm just wondering, are there any targets that we have in place in terms of sort of 2023-24 for that sort of student cohort?
For Aboriginal students, I think we increased slightly again this year. We don't have a target for the number of Aboriginal students, except to say more is always our ambition. And there's a number of ways that we endeavour to do that through the different types of delivery, talking to teachers who go into remote communities and offer some of our micro skills or our what you might call a taster, to give people an idea of what it's like to learn. Giving people skills around economic development, running businesses, those sorts of things that are not dependent on having a local industry, because often smaller communities might not have a local industry, but what are the sorts of skills that we can give people for life and lifelong learning. So absolutely a big focus for us.
I might just add to that, if I may. The other, one really great way of getting more Aboriginal students, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, is to have more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander teachers, because people see they be what they see. And I think it's really important to note that a number of those paid-to-learn places, as well as a number of the government-funded traineeships that we were talking about earlier that TAFE New South Wales has an allocation of, are actually identified Aboriginal positions. And we have, you might call them faculties, we arrange our teachers into skills teams, so the faculty that looks after Aboriginal languages is career pathways, Aboriginal languages and employability skills, and we have a number of Aboriginal language programs that have really, particularly in the West region, gone extremely well. So more Aboriginal teachers and other positions as well, like our Education Support Officer position, for example. Lots of identified roles there, and the people transition into teaching after a period of time working as an Educational Support Officer.
I can just add, Miss Merton, the department weighs in here as well through training services. We have the Barangira initiative. It's around apprentices, trainees and SBATs, school-based apprenticeships and trainees. We have the Elsa Dixon Aboriginal Employment Grant and the Oka Opportunity Hubs. We've got data if you want that, or if Mr Collins can give you more detail, but it is work that then cuts across outside of TAFE as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr Secretary, if I could just ask you, I note the department participates in a lot of community events and different things, and one of the highlights of the year being the School Spectacular. And I was just wondering what where that might be in terms of sort of student involvement and value for the students.
Yeah, I'm very proud of the School Spectacular. It just had its 40th anniversary.
40?
Yeah, it's a. I'm very proud that we're in the Guinness Book of Records as the largest amateur showcase of its kind. We've stood in there and are yet to be broken. Other jurisdictions have had a go, like Victoria, but haven't been able to get there. Last year we had 5,500 students take part in School Spectacular. That goes from the mass choir to featured artists, featured dancers, to the vet students who are behind the scenes, who are doing the catering and hospitality and doing the staging, and so it's an enormous showcase of public education talent.
Yeah, thank you. And just from an estimates perspective, do we know what the cost is of providing the School Spectacular?
Like I said in the Education Committee, I'm happy to come back on notice. I think it's such a worthwhile investment when it brings 5,500 students from right across this state to the big city to showcase their talent for 4 sold-out events across 2 days. And having spoken with a number of those students, it's life-changing.
So just in terms of the cost of that, I
don't have it at my fingertips,
Okay.
but I'm happy to come on notice. It's part of the Education Committee that we took on notice to, so the answer will be in train.
Mm-hmm. And also, I just noticed that the department participated in last weekend's gay and lesbian Mardi Gras. So just in relation to that, Mr Secretary, how many years has the department participated in the Mardi Gras?
Well, I'm enormously proud that on Saturday night the department had a float in the Mardi Gras to support the Pride Network, the LGBTIQA+ staff, and I'm proud as Secretary that I got to march with them.
Thank you. What was the cost for involvement in the Mardi Gras this year?
Again, a very small investment. I'm happy to take it on notice. There's no more important feature for me than to make sure our people are seen, heard and supported.
Yeah.
And it won't be the last time.
I recognise that, but just from I'm just looking at what the cost was of the department's participation.
I don't want to get the figure wrong. Let me come back on notice, but also just for the record indicate that we look forward to building on the first 2 years of having a float in the Mardi Gras and continuing that as well.
So this year was the second year the department,
yep.
the department had, do staff get involved in the Mardi Gras? Department staff? I thought I saw a post from the department about 70 staff were involved in the Mardi Gras.
Yes, I'm the department's co-sponsor of the Pride Network. It's a responsibility I've held for 5 years before I became Secretary, and I've maintained because it's very important to me. And we're a workforce of close to 170,000 employees, so we had to run a ballot, and there were 80 lucky individuals who were absolutely beaming on the night alongside myself. In fact, Miss Reid, as an executive member, was with me, and I wish I could dance
In the
like she
ballot, or
can.
did you get through in the
She
ballot?
got the
or
lucky
did you
to the
get to
golden
go to-
ticket.
Well, she was an exec member, so she escaped the ballot like I did. Yeah.
So just to so 70 staff were involved
it was
in
about
the
80
float.
on the night.
80. Yeah.
About 80 on the night.
And I'm assuming that staff are participating as volunteers in these events.
Well, staff enter the ballot, and they're either LGBTIQA plus staff or allies want to be.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the nature of the application, but just in terms of some of the costs relating to the department's involvement.
Oh, we
in
don't
such
charge
events.
staff to be part of the float.
Yeah, no. Are the staff volunteers on the float?
The staff employees of ours who put their hands up to say I want to be part of the float, they don't pay anything to be part of that. The department, through my leadership, picks up what the cost of that looks like.
So in terms of the 70 plus department staff that participated in the Mardi Gras, are there time in lieu arrangements in terms of their participation? Is there a cost around that?
Well, this was an event on Saturday night, so they did that of their own accord and goodwill.
And how many hours of department staff time would you envisage were used in preparation for such an event? I think there was a lot of, preparation, activity.
I couldn't tell you, but can I tell the committee, it's a fantastic event to march with our people who identify as being LGBTIQA+ is so important to me as Secretary. To see the eyes on that parade where people are looking at us and cheering and saying, you see us, recognise us and embrace us, will always stay with me, and I intend to always.
No, thank you.
have
I'm not really asking for more
representation
detail on that, but thank you. And I think people have seen your social media posts of you being front and centre of the New South Wales Department of Education's float. And my question today was about what the cost to the department is of the float, and whether the 70 to 80 staff that participated, whether there's a cost on that.
Yeah, so like I
If
said...
you want to take it on notice, more than happy.
Well, I've already indicated, Ms Merton, I'm happy to come back with what we paid as a department to participate. I don't want to get that figure wrong. And I'd also indicate that I'm very, very grateful for those that put it together, from the arts unit, from our staff who volunteered outside of work hours, including on weekends, to put the float together.
Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to your response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to quickly go back to the remuneration for the review. I noticed it was put on notice last time, and we got back, I think, the overall amount for the vet review saying it was 2.2 million, but there wasn't actually a breakdown for the remuneration of those three individuals. So just clarifying with you, Mr. Disda, that we can get the remuneration for those three individuals on notice, because that wasn't provided when we asked last time.
Let's make sure we give that. And Ms Mitchell, if I've got it right, Ms Reid will correct me. The budget.
I have no doubt.
The budgeted amount for the vet review is 2.2 million.
Yeah.
So that's the budget.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we've expended that or will.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah.
But when we come back on notice for those three individuals, we'll be able to indicate how much we've paid to date.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay, so I want to now go to, in terms of enrolments, and again, I know we asked about this last time, or my colleagues did because I wasn't here last time, but for TAFE enrolments, do you have any updated data for this year that you can provide to us in terms of student numbers for the 2024 year, calendar year, or I was going to say school year, but I wouldn't use that terminology, but you know what I mean.
I don't have any numbers for semester one yet, but we are tracking it about the same level as we did last year, but I don't have numbers on record.
When would you get those numbers?
We usually get to those in the second half of second term, closer into the second half of the year, because a number of students might enrol and then withdraw.
Okay.
So to get an accurate reflection of what true enrolments were, we wait until later in the semester to actually clarify that.
Okay, and does that get publicly released, or how does that?
Well, we usually publish that in our annual report.
Okay.
From what I can tell.
Okay, it's just, yes, but I'm just trying to work out if there's a way to kind of know a little earlier than an annual report how things are tracking. So at the moment, you think it's similar to previous
Yes,
years,
that's
but
right.
you don't have that sort of concrete data. Okay. And then in terms, again, staff numbers for 2024, are there any changes or updates to that you can provide the committee just generally across all your campuses?
Ms Tick will be able to provide that information.
Certainly, just give me a moment, Ms Mitchell. So the annual report reports 30th of June, so I'll give you those numbers and then just an indication of the movement.
Yeah, yes.
So would you like headcount or full-time equivalent?
Can you give me both?
Sure. So June 2023 headcount in total was 13,835 across TAFE New South Wales, and FTE, full-time equivalent, 10,841. Looking at the teachers, the teacher FTE is 5,992, which, as I said earlier, is an increase FTE 262 on financial year 22.
Okay.
However, since then, we've actually increased the numbers more. In particular, advertising, I said it earlier, but just for the record again, 556 permanent teaching positions since March 2023, compared to 278 in the same period in 2022. So we are adding more. Our numbers are going up, and we're increasing the permanent number of teachers as well.
Do you have for that, was it 556 permanent?
Advertisements, yeah, that's right. Yep.
Do you have a breakdown, and again, I'm happy for it to be on notice, but of sort of which campuses or which areas you're seeing that growth in terms of the permanent positions? As best as you can provide.
Yeah, look, it's across the board. We are, the Paid to Learn program, as I said, which started this week, has teachers all across the state. So, you know, ranging from those campuses out west to the North region where I sit, as well as all around metropolitan Sydney. So it is across the board. The thing about campuses and our staff is that our staff and our teachers in particular teach across a number of campuses.
Yeah.
So, you know, from my own experience, I was, my data was held at Taree campus, but I actually taught at Port Macquarie and Great Lakes, which is in Foster. So the campus-related data per teacher is not accurate because the teachers actually move around, particularly on these away from base and the teachers in Western New South Wales that travel a fair bit to teach.
So how do you, and I appreciate it's, I keep going, thank you. It's challenging given the example that you gave where you might have a home base but you could be working across a number of campuses. How do you sort of extrapolate that data to be able to indicate, because if you tell me, you know, you've got X thousand number of teachers, do you provide information in terms of how many campuses they work across, or how do we get an overview of that?
Yeah, so that's how we do it. So the teachers record where they're teaching in their timesheet, which is called their teacher program diary, and that provides information around where they are teaching the base campus. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're always there though. So for example, a really good example of this was when I was recently in Western New South Wales. The enrolment was recorded at Dubbo and the students spent some time at Dubbo, but this was for Aboriginal languages, so they also went to other remote communities around Dubbo and taught out there. So we do have a base campus and the teacher aligns themselves to the base campus, but they can move around a lot. I think the other thing to note here as well is that based on enrolments, the location, time spent at a certain location changes. So my example, in one semester I used to spend a lot of time in Taree and in semester 2 at Port Macquarie, just because from what the Minister and I think Ms Scora said earlier, sometimes we have a need for a qualification delivery in one campus and then it shifts and we don't deliver it there and we deliver it in the other campus. So that happens quite a lot.
Okay. And then in terms of, I know the Minister talked about this earlier, but one of the things we were saying about in regional communities when you don't have necessarily an offering and what that means. And he was saying that you might look at saying, well, we're going to do this at least every 2 years to give some sort of certainty to local industry employers and prospective students. Is there any update you can provide in terms of that work, what it might look like, when we might get some indication of whether that will be something that comes to fruition?
Thank you. That it is a work in progress. The alignment for us is, as I mentioned this morning, our training portfolio strategy, which sort of sets the 3 to 5 year horizon of where industry and skills demand is and where the right place is for TAFE New South Wales to have a role. Related to that is our course profile, so that connection with that we're developing learning and teaching resources and curriculum that aligns with what industry needs. And then, as Ms Tickler's outlined, that we have teachers with the right skills and qualifications in the right location. And so once we have those pieces of information, which we have more of now, we can then program in how do we want to plan for our delivery over a 3-year cycle, and know that we have the right teaching resources, that we're teaching in the right location to meet a community or a skills demand, and we have the teachers available to do that, and program and communicate that over a cycle. So we're expecting that work is underway at the moment, and expecting that will be something as we go into our next cycle of education planning that we'll be able to develop that in. I think the other feature for that is wanting to be able to give learners choice about how they learn, and there are obviously many courses, as I said this morning, where you have to be in a classroom or you have to be around particular specialised equipment to learn, but there are lots of things that we can make available to learners in different ways, online and through different modes that meets their needs. And so we're always about how do we improve what we do to meet learner and industry and community expectations.
Thank you. And again, this might be something that we come back to at future estimates to sort of see how these things are tracking. I want to quickly turn now to the confirmation of Aboriginality policy. I understand there were some questions asked about that at the last hearing, and one of the responses back on notice is that a draft confirmation of Aboriginality policy has been developed and will be published in 2024. Does anyone have an update on that for me?
We have at TAFE New South Wales a group which is called the ASLG, which stands for Aboriginal Strategic Leadership Group. Myself and the Managing Director sit on that as observers, and one of our Executive Directors is the Chair of that group. We had some, I wouldn't call it a draft, but certainly some initial consultation around a confirmation of Aboriginality policy last year. I would have to take on notice where that's up to in terms of being published and released, but I can certainly say that I was in the meeting and we did have extensive consultation. Also went to the TAC, which is our Aboriginal Advisory Council, TAFE Aboriginal Advisory Council, or TAC, which again the Managing Director sits on. We have a number of external people on there as well as the same person that chairs, one of our Executive Directors that chairs the Aboriginal Strategic Leadership Group. So both of those high-level groups have been consulted and given input into what was an initial conversation around confirmation of Aboriginality at TAFE.
Okay. Yeah, well, if there is any further information on notice in terms, because as I said, the response back did talk about a draft policy being developed, so if there's something else that you can provide on that, that would be good. I wanted to now ask about the country university centres, and I know the Minister spoke about them earlier, and I think the most recent one was in his electorate, which I'm sure he likes as a local member as well as the Minister. But I just was curious about, in terms of, I understand that funding from a state perspective, there was some allocated in the last budget. This might be for you, Ms Reid. But is there any breakdown or data of how much state funding will be going to the CUCs and over what period of time was agreed to in the last, or provided in the last budget?
So I think it'll be the same figures that we provided in the last session.
Yeah.
So as you know, the $8 million grant in 2017 established 5 regional centres. An additional $8 million grant was committed in 2019 for another 5 centres. The last one of those opens in Mudgee in a few weeks' time, I think. There's just over $1 million remaining in that second $8 million grant to pay. So payments made on milestones.
Yep.
And then there was also an additional amount, which is...
Is there any ongoing operational funding for them as well, though?
No, not at this stage. So an additional 1.15 3 million was committed in August of last year, so we would have had this figure already.
But
And
so
that was
what's that for, though?
that was to support operations at stage 1 and stage 2 hubs, pending a couple of different things. So one is the evaluation, one is the university's accord, and now, as we know, the process of the regional university study hubs, I think they call them. And whether they might
keep
be
the same name, it would make life so much
Yes,
simpler.
it would.
It's the same concept.
Yes, and in fact, I think there's a proposal to change the name of the Commonwealth ones because they're not only going to be for university students, which is obviously a welcome thing in terms of TAFE enrolments and other vocational providers. We're just continuing to liaise with the Commonwealth on ongoing funding. Obviously, higher education is a Commonwealth responsibility pretty much entirely in terms of the funding of students, and so we really want to work with them on options for sustainable funding for the centres into the future.
But obviously, and you'd appreciate, so the 16 odd million was for some of that initial capital that did come from the state.
But very much establishment costs.
Yes, and then the idea is they get up and they can be self-sufficient. I understand that. But is there any direction from the Minister around, particularly, I guess, that sort of establishment or capital money for any further locations, or just the ones that are currently operating?
Not at this stage, because obviously the Commonwealth programme is for expansion or new centres, and so working through what that process looks like first, I think.
Okay. And the Minister also talked earlier about the federal government not wanting them to be on TAFE sites, but as you've just pointed out in the Accord, it does actually talk about better integration between TAFE and universities. So what are the discussions at sort of official level around how you can deal with some of those?
We're working with them on that. I think they actually went out with 2 different types. So I think the regional ones, there were regional ones and metropolitan ones, and one of them said not on TAFE sites. And actually it wasn't singling out TAFE. Specifically, it was. I think it was about government providers or not. I need to. You might remember, Miss Scora, but the other ones, I think, TAFE were allowed to submit for. Right.
My recollection is that they said you had to be a community organisation.
Yes, that was it.
Clearly not that.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
For
so
which
I'm not
one?
sure.
Sorry, for the
regional,
metropolitan.
for the metropolitan ones, right?
Okay.
So I'm not sure that the intent was to exclude TAFE.
It seems a bit muddled to me. Like, I don't understand how you can have one approach for one and not for the other. And I appreciate that sort of at a Commonwealth level. So that's obviously just something that you continue to work through as part of the Accord. And will TAFE have an opportunity to have input into that process as well?
Yeah, we work really closely on that.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic.
Tea break?
Yes.
Or would you rather continue and then
I'm in the hands
finish
of the committee.
early?
We don't have a lot. Like, we've used all our allocated time. But I'm happy to maybe just do a couple more, and then if that suits the committee, and then you can have an early mark rather than a 15-minute break. But I don't want to stop anyone who might need a
would that
comfort
be
break.
okay?
We have no objection to that at all.
with everybody?
Someone say early mark.
Well, to be honest, we probably have 10 minutes left of questioning. My personal view would be if we can keep. I don't know. Is that allowed
okay
with the
with that?
resolution of the committee? Kate's coming over. We can't.
Hang on.
Sorry.
That's not
I
allowed.
don't agree with breaking down conditions, but if everyone agrees,
I don't. It might be beyond our control.
Put it to a vote.
It's up to the House. Sorry.
Okay.
So we have
Well,
to
everyone
have
have a cup of tea, and then we'll come back for 10 minutes, and you'll still get an early mark.
Might get a
I promise.
biscuit.
Yeah, we have to have a
Okay,
tea break
sorry,
apparently.
okay.
Sorry.
We don't have much more, so you will
Okay.
be able to leave early.
We'll be
All right,
back in 15 minutes,
thank you.
which is a bit later than 3:45, but there we go.
Sorry.
And we're back. And back to the opposition.
Thank you. We'll just foreshadow, we don't have a lot of questions, so hopefully we will be giving you all an early mark. I wanted to ask about some of the funding allocation, and I think it was raised potentially by you, Chair, at the last hearing, but I wasn't participating on that day. Probably to you, Ms Cootes, in terms of professional services, in terms of, I think there's an investment in relation to some of the new initiatives through that in TAFE. Is there anything that you could provide in your space?
Sorry, could you just say the first part?
So the professional services, I think there was quite a bit in the budget in relation to the spend, and I just wanted to know from your perspective an update on what are some of the areas you're focusing on in terms of that for TAFE. Pretty broad question, but I'm happy for you.
So professional services, what are we focusing on in relation to spend?
Yeah.
Specific areas where we are spending, where more of that spend
more
is
of that
directed.
is going. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Sorry, convoluted way of getting there, but that's what I'm keen.
I think as I said this morning, a great majority of our spend has been around IT. Some of the construction elements, because we've had, particularly around the IT, we've had building construction underway. And some of the business advisory services that go with that, but predominantly in ICT is where the professional services spend is at the moment.
Okay. And then is there any sort of updates from when we were here last in terms of that areas of focus or new things that have been delivered since the budget was handed down in that space?
Well, obviously the main program of work that we have underway is our education technology ecosystem, and that's tracking for the VET delivery of that in October.
Okay.
You might recall that we have that, we delivered the higher education system, and we've done the program of work around the non-nationally recognised qualifications, so some of the TAFE owned, and then the larger portion of the VET system is being worked on currently to go into our new ecosystem in October. So that's underway.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that you wanted to add, Ms. Cootes, or that's fine?
No, that's right. So from where we need to engage temporary resources is for those programmes that have an end date. So that is our focus in the organisation, is the ETE programme. Okay, fantastic, thank you. Quickly to capital funding, and I know that earlier Ms. Gorey, you gave some information about the projects that were sort of underway. I just wanted to check the timeframes for forecast completion on a couple of those projects. So Coffs Harbour, I think it was forecast to be complete by June 2025. Is that still the timeframe that you're working on?
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay, and Kingscliff was similar? Is that still the case?
Mid next year, yes.
Okay, and then I think Muswellbrook Phase 1, I think it was due to be complete this month, but it may have been finished or it might not have. I just wanted an update on that one as well.
I'll have to provide you on notice an update on Muswellbrook.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because I don't think it was one that was mentioned earlier, so it'd just be good to know where that one is up to. And then in terms of courses and wait lists, and again, I think this might have been something that was raised previously. Are there any sort of insights you can provide into current wait lists of courses, which ones are higher in demand, and how you hope to address that demand, I guess?
Yeah. The concept of wait lists for us in TAFE New South Wales is interesting because people will, once an enrolment is full, so the vast majority of our enrolments happen online, which you'd expect. And once an enrolment's full, people can register to be on an active wait list. But what that means is that a prospective learner might inquire then about a number of courses. So our wait list doesn't represent a single learner. It represents people who have inquired about courses. And so what we try and do in our enrolment process is to funnel people into where their learning effort is best applied. So, for example, about half of people who apply to
study nursing with us don't meet the basic eligibility criteria. And so we now have a self-assessment tool on our website that enables them to work out, are they ready? Do they have the basic qualifications, the basic skills needed to study nursing? And if they don't, then the website directs them to a first aid course or doing some studies in individual support. That might give them a stepping stone into nursing. So doing those sorts of things, that isn't necessarily putting people on a wait list, but directs people to how they can continue to learn until they're ready to study in the course. For some of our apprentices, there is obviously significant demand across the sector. We don't necessarily keep wait lists for those, but it's an ongoing conversation with industry. As training plans come to us, we approve them and endeavour to move learners into training as soon as we have places available. We could always teach more. Apprentices. Our significant challenge there, which we've spoken about today already, is having the workforce available to do that. We would, and that's why having a uncapped program for fee-free learning for apprentices is important, because the more teachers we can bring on, the more apprentices we can teach, and that's our ambition. So the higher demand courses are in where we know the demand is, so in nursing, some of the trades, individual support, in business studies. Those are the areas where we have high demand. Where courses reach cap, we'll try and create a new offering, offer in another location if that's suitable for the learner, put on mid-semester offerings, just doing those sorts of things to try and open up as much of our capacity as we can in that semester.
So how does that interplay work? And I'm sort of picking up on what Mr. Collins said earlier in terms of, and I appreciate that's just department recruitment or departments recruiting, but obviously you had more people apply for those apprenticeships and traineeships than places were available. I appreciate what you're saying in terms of waitlist data might not capture the whole picture, but how does the interplay work between where you know the demand is, clearly there's demand from government agencies, plus there's demand from industry as well, to make sure that you're trying to grow where those areas are? I mean, I appreciate it's challenging, but in terms of publicly available data, is there anything that's provided? How can we kind of keep track of how that's progressing?
Apart from what we publish in our annual report, I don't know that we publish anything externally, but certainly some of the efforts that we've spoken about today to align what we offer to what industry and what skills demands are, and that means changing some things, stopping doing some things and starting new things, really focusing our workforce planning and recruitment to where we know there are significant skills needs and recruiting new teachers into those areas, and into locations where we know there will be skills demand for particular significant projects across the state. So that's all part of what we consider in our training portfolio strategy, not just what types of courses are needed or what types of skills are needed, but how do we plan for the future workforce and how do we plan for the future infrastructure that we'll need over the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you. My last question, so we're nearly done, I promise, and it relates to the announcement today about the AI, I think scholarships the Minister announced in terms of providing, I think it's 1 million Australians in order to get support, and I think you said it's happening through the IAT, the delivery of that course. The funding for that, is that coming from the state or the federal government? I'm just a bit unclear.
That one I'll have to take on notice.
Okay.
If it's through the IoT, we're part of it in some way, so I'll have to take on notice how that's been funded.
Yeah, okay, no, that would be good, because the Minister in the media release has talked about it being offered to 1 million Australians, so obviously that's bigger than New South Wales, but there's some talk about it being available through the IoT, and then there's partnerships with, I think, Macquarie Uni and the University of Technology Sydney as well.
That sounds like the
just
IoT.
keen for some more information about how many of those you would anticipate to be in New South Wales, and what is the state component of that funding, if any? Would be great.
No problem.
Okay. Did you want to add something?
I heard 1.2 million today, that's all.
Yeah, well, hey, I would love to have some better AI skills. And my 10-year-old will probably teach me how. My 6-year-old will probably teach me how to do it. But yeah, any information on that would be great. Okay, I think that we can put on notice what else we've got. I think that's probably enough for us from today. So thank you all.
Excellent. I will just check any questions from government members. No? Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for attending today. The Committee Secretariat will be in touch in relation to questions taken on notice and supplementary questions. But that concludes our hearing for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.